All right. Well, it's probably time. It's 4 o'clock. We should probably think about getting going. So first off, I want to welcome everybody to the 2026 City Council Retreat. It's exciting for me. It's my first time having a chance to be part of the leadership for this. For the counselors, I want you to know that this is really about you guys this weekend. What I've done with staff is I've asked them to review the past goals and be prepared to work with your counselors. And I actually use counsel twice in a sentence. What I've asked them to do is counsel the counselors as we work through this project to make sure that we have clear, concise, attainable, and sustainable goals for the next year. As we've looked at the past few years, the most things that I've heard is sometimes the goals are ununderstandable or they're nebulous or they don't have some actionable items. So we're going to make sure that as we as staff that we work on your goals, keeping in mind that there is a myriad that don't show up on the goals that we as staff are constantly working on, and it's super important for us. So I think it's absolutely, actually it's empty, I'll throw it away. The intent behind this is to have a couple of little opening sessions to get us going, get the juices flowing. Tonight is mostly about a discussion about the past 3 years' goals, what's been successful, what hasn't, what we can look forward to. And then tomorrow is really uber focused on creating goals, working together, doing the work, rolling our sleeves up, and making something that we come out of here that we're all proud of for the next year that can really lead us towards success as we go forward. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Cumbie in case there's something you would like to add.
Should I do it from here?
You can do it.
I just want to thank you all for being here. Looking back on the past year, it's really been one hell of a ride. And I think we have a great council. I think part of our greatness is that we don't think alike, but we are respectful and we're able to engage in debate and to offer counter views, and that helps us to develop something that has dimension and meaning to all of us. I had conversation with everybody today, all of the counselors, thinking that maybe some counselors had a bit of a heavy load with their boards and commissions and maybe timing, etc. I will tell you, not a single counselor wants to let go of a single board or commission. And I will thank Councillor Newman for working things out with his work that he's doing, that he will be able to attend Laramie Youth Council. Thank you, Brandon. And I want to tell staff how much we appreciate you all, and we would know nothing without you. It's like you prepare us to make the decisions we make, and it may come down to a 1 hour or 30-minute presentation, but believe me, we recognize the hours and the work that goes in to this concise presentation that you give us. So I'm looking forward to team building and to developing goals where we're all working together toward our common vision. Thank you.
All right, and with that being said, we're going to kick it off. We're going to turn it over to Rhonda Priest, who's come here all the way from the south side of Wyoming. You'll know what I'm talking about when she starts. But we're glad to have Rhonda. She's came highly recommended from Joe Schaefer, the president of LCCC. So we're excited to have Rhonda with us, and we'll turn it over to you.
Thanks. I'm happy to be here. Love coming over to Laramie, and especially when the summit is working with us instead of against us. And today it was an easy drive over. And so I'm glad we're getting a little moisture too, because we need it as much as you do. Yes, I do have a little bit of an accent, if anyone noticed, anyone? Yeah, I like to tell people I'm from Southern Wyoming and see what kind of reaction I get. But I am from South Georgia. I've been in Wyoming now for just over 20 years. Still have the accent. And so any of you have any connections, either you've lived in the South, you have relatives in the South, anybody, please? Okay. These are your hands up. These are your translators. So if I say something you don't understand, you can lean over, what did she just say? And then if she doesn't know, you can say, Rhonda, will you repeat that? Or I have no idea. My husband, we've been married now for, yeah, that long. He's a Colorado boy. We've been married for almost 20 years. And he still looks at me and says, Rhonda, I have no idea what you just said. And so I can't expect you to figure it out in a day or two. So just to go ahead and get that out of the way. I'm excited to be with you and look forward to helping you kind of unpack where you've been and look forward to where you want to go during this next year. But for my benefit and for anyone else in the room that I'm sure a lot of you know everyone in the room, but for those of us that don't, thank you for putting your name tents out. But if you'll share your name and then what's your role, either in the community or what's your role with the staff if you're part of the city, just so I can get acclimated to that too. You mind?
No,
Go ahead.
no. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
I've made it over. My name is Micah Richardson.
Make sure to turn the mics on.
Oh, gosh.
My name is Micah Richardson, and this is my 4th year on council. My role outside of council is working at the Wyoming Women's Foundation at the Wyoming Community Foundation.
Thank you. Love nonprofits. So.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moen. I'm a management analyst with the city manager's office. I've been in this role for 3 years already. Holy moly. I'd love to tell you one thing that I do, but it's kind of just by the week. I run a volunteer program. I work with some of our boards and commissions and a lot of data stuff. I'm kind of just all over the place. I wear a lot of hats. So
Good. Appreciate what you do, Brandon.
I'm Jen Wade. I'm the Administrative Services Director. So things like finance.
Enough said. Okay. On to you, Brandon. We'll get back to you, I'm sure, with the conversations.
Brandon Newman, I've been on council for 4 years as well. And then in the public, I teach at biotech and do the curriculum there.
Nancy Bartholomew, State Clerk.
Thank you.
Erin O'Doherty, I've been on City Council for 7 years now.
Thank you.
I'm Dan Johnson, Fire Chief.
Nice to meet you, Dan.
My name is Jim Freed. I've been on council. This is my 2nd year. My day job is with the National Forest Foundation.
Okay, good.
Brooks Webb, Public Works Director. So anything streets, fleet, water, sewer, trash, recycling, that kind of stuff.
Unfortunately, we don't think about you folks enough when things are going well, but we sure do want things to go well because when they're broken, we really realize how important all of that is. So thank you. And Mayor?
I'm Sharon Cumby. I'm in my 2nd term on council, my 5th year, and my 1st year as mayor. And I'm a retired professor of nursing, and in my free time, I'm mayor.
Okay. And I had heard your name before, and it was probably from your nursing. Okay, very good.
Todd Fieser, I'm the city manager as of Tuesday night around 7 o'clock. So that's pretty exciting for me. Been with the city for 10 years. My day job is being the city manager. My night job is being the city manager. My part-time job is being a husband and father. And my other part-time job is the exalted ruler of the Laramie Elks Lodge.
Got it. Okay. Am I supposed to bow or curtsy? I don't know. What am I supposed to do here? Go ahead.
Joe Shumway, I am on the city council. My first term began in 1998, so I've been doing this for 2 centuries. And, I had the privilege of serving as mayor twice.
I'm Mike Bork. I'm the Parks Recreation and Public Services Director, so I do Parks and Rec and facility maintenance, which also includes mosquito control in the cemetery. I've been here for 1.5 years, and in my spare time, I run a zoo at my house.
So many questions. We'll also go to give her dinner or something. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm Brian Brown, Chief of Police. I've been in Laramie for about 3.5 years.
Something bad is happening. Okay, maybe this. Yeah, hi, my name is Melanie Behill. I am in my second year, just beginning second year of city council. And then my day job, I work at the University of Wyoming, where I'm the associate dean of students.
I'm Patty Russell. I am in Human Resources for the city, and you think he has a zoo? You should see mine.
Yeah. Jonathan Rose, I'm the director of IT for the city of Laramie. I worked for the city for 21 years doing IT stuff. That's what I do in my spare time as well, IT stuff.
Okay, I see a theme here.
Matt Lockhart, I'm just wrapped up, like many of us, our first year in city council. And my wife and I own the human being, soon to be our second one.
I'm Will Nolan. And I'm in my second year. And I run a third-party arts program for the district here. And I raise money for 2 statewide housing awards.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Glad to have such a diverse group of people, and you're right, that's what makes this work, isn't it? We're going to start off, take 3 of those. You can take 3 of the same color or 3 different colors, matters not, but take 3. While those are going around, what we're going to do is to get us kind of thinking about where we've been, we're going to look back and think about the last 3 years. Some of you haven't been involved with this as long, whether you've been in this community or just during your time that you've been a part of this council. I need 3 words for 3 years. So what are 3 words that would describe your experience or would sum up the 3 years that you've been a part of this work? Okay, let's do those with markers. I know there's some floating around. If not, I have many more. And so you need another marker. Something to write with, let me know. Write those large enough that we can see the clues that up on the wall. One
So
card? You have one word per card. So you have 3 cards, 3 years, 3 cards, 3 words.
3 years.
And they don't have to be by the years, but just think back over these 3 years. If there's a word that is got it, good. Anybody else need markers? So just think about this experience for you. And let's see, markers, got this word. Everybody? Like I said, write your 1 word, nice and large, so we can see it. And 1 word about what exactly again? About your experience. What's been your experience during your time, about what's been accomplished, challenges possibly, what you've been able to do as a city, but what words would you use to describe this snapshot in time? This is other maybe. So once you have your 3, and you are permitted to stand up and move around, but I want you to find a partner, someone that's in a different role than you. So if you are on the council, find a manager or staff person. If you're a manager, find a staff or a council person, etc. So someone is in a different role. I want you to share your words and This time, share a little bit about why you chose those words, and then see if there's any commonalities between the two of you.
You should probably go for it.
You bet, yeah, I'm here, we're here. All right,
Yeah. I mean, I think like you're on the first side. Yeah, it's like oh, yeah. Oh, I just feel like, Good. Yeah. Also that. But yeah, so it's like, yeah. But yeah.
To share.
Oh, that's the right side. And it's not going to be
You really gotta yell at us if you want us to.
Okay, let's bring our conversations back. We find that there were some common themes or words that were chosen, maybe not the exact word, but kind of had the same vibe. Did you? What were some of those that you saw that were common between you and the person you're speaking to? Growth. Growth. School. Challenges. Challenges. Who's got challenge? Challenges. Everybody with challenges going once. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So recognizing what has made it maybe a little more difficult. Other common words: growth, challenge,
Change over here.
change.
Yeah. Rewarding.
Rewarding. Good. Culture.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. Coalitions.
Anyone put fun? I did. Yeah.
You got it right there.
So it shows that a lot of you are having similar experiences or takeaways for the work that you're doing, that it is worthwhile and that you enjoy doing it with this group of people or as a part of this community. What I'd like for us to do now, and probably not all rush to the board, but want you to make a word cloud for me. And so you've got your cards. That's the reason you've got one word of thought on each one. I've got some two-sided tape, and I've got it split up. And so want the, whichever your role is, put it on that flip chart page. If we need more paper, we'll just add another sheet. And so, well, we let this side of the room go over first and figure out where they go. You can place them any way. Think about a word cloud. They don't have to be all in linear order unless you're that kind of person.
I really want to put mine upside down since you said.
Whatever you want to do. So come on over and let's get these put up because we want to get our word cloud built before we move on to the next part of our program. Thank you. Yeah, just put on the back and it should stick. If I need a couple of pieces of it, one doesn't work. Absolutely. You can come on up. Poor guy.
Challenging, rewarding.
I'm not
Yeah, it's double simultaneous. You don't have to. I saw it as some managers and staff, so. Sure. Where you ready? Yeah.
One more thing.
I've got.
Oh, you weren't here.
I just like I take her Christmas wrap. You know, she's awesome.
Nancy, you manage all of us.
Nancy, you're a manager. Thank you.
Well, you're a manager.
Brandon didn't want to feel lonely.
I did, yeah, I didn't want. So.
Cool.
These people go and have to bring your phone up. Post it. Look at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's plugged into the school. The next you have to learn this stuff. Howard here comes down. Yeah. And even
You have.
Thank you. I have one too, but it's a problem.
It's all a matter of how you
Take it out. You're waiting for the last one. Give me the help. We're good, sorry.
There you go. Not stated on the bill. That's something that doesn't have any power. Good, but between the desk and the.
Yeah. Wait, I got it. Yeah.
Thanks, Reed.
I forgot to do that. Oh, I can.
Well, that's right. Oh, I'm great. So.
Not me, I don't like this. Well, I mean, yeah, no, right, but you were just right side.
So good news, we did good, you're sharing it. It's by lots of commonality.
And
I did.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a either,
that looks good. Yeah, I live on that remote. Yeah, man.
I shall get everything.
Yeah, I know this. I think between today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise I'll send.
I'll say.
There you go, there you go.
That was a cat. Oh, the ERP here. I thought you said you're.
Full cards doubled up.
You write like your credit.
All the time, right?
I was like, I'm gonna kick your reasons before they're gone. Get over.
That's on my side, geez.
Well, some people, better taste than others.
Okay, we got all of them? Everybody's posted their words, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for
Dude, come on. So let's look for minutes. Thank you. Like I said, set the stage for other conversations, not as well as tomorrow.
You know what?
Who's gonna whisper in here?
For everyone, but no one's finished with that.
Who was that? Jonathan. Good, Jonathan, okay.
What time?
I could if my life depended on it. I was born without one. I don't know how that works, but if I need somebody to whistle, I'll cue you, okay? So for the managers, friends, like how that was up at the top, fun, challenge, chaos, growth, fun, busy, fun, respect, pleased, challenging, encouraged, change what hasn't changed, little footnote there, parking.
I wonder who wrote that.
I thought somebody didn't know how to write panicking, and that's so parking, teamwork, busy, directional, challenging, new, learning how the city works, exciting, fun, reality, making plans, changes, and moving forward, rewarding, change. Got it?
Some people did more than one word, I see.
Some people have a hard time with one word, and it's okay. Some people will express it that way. And then some people are rule followers, one word. And so this helps me figure that out too. The staff, challenging, growth, rewarding, educational, worthwhile, and unprecedented. And then here for the council, we had flooding, frustrating, slight turbulence, 911. No, actually, it's better than that. Rewarding, fun, fast-paced engagement, protest, success, engaging, growth, lots of that, teamwork, professionalism, informative, homes, coalition, unity-oriented, community several times, caring, culture, learning. And I think I said rewarding. So what's your thoughts as you think about your conversations with each other as well as what you see listed here? You think about that being a snapshot of the last 3 years.
I think we have a healthy team.
Yeah,
Generally positive.
We're having fun.
I don't know who wrote Friends, but you know, I'm a relational guy, and that everybody I work with are inherently my friends. And so that really, I mean, that's pretty amazing. Now, what that meant to that person in that year that they were writing it, maybe it's something that happened with staff or some changes, but the Friends thing really does my heart good.
Good, thank you. Others?
Well, even when we talked about challenges, it was challenges in a way that ended positively. That was
Yeah, it didn't say you didn't overcome them or you didn't need it or go through it. It just that.
healthy and all of that. So
Others?
I wrote protest because I was mayor during the time they had a lot of the protesting going on in Laramie. And I felt like that not only the council and staff, but the entire community came together stronger during that time. And we really, I think, minimized the effects that were felt nationwide in our community because it didn't really, I didn't feel like it changed our, impacted us in a negative way, but in a positive way, bringing us together instead of dividing us.
Good. Very timely too, I think, with some of the pressures that we're feeling now.
I wrote teamwork. As I was talking with Jonathan, I think council outside of having to make the decision on voting, we got the easiest part of this whole deal because the staff and the directors have to put the presentations together. They do all behind the scenes work, and we get to read, listen to our constituents, listen to everybody's presentations and amongst us and our discussions, then make a decision. But it's a team, and I'm really glad I don't have to do what the staff does. So thank you, because you guys do a great job.
Yeah, what goes on behind the scenes, right? A lot of people don't realize that.
Huge.
Erin,
So that's, I wrote professionalism just because observing the staff for all of these years. And the packets that people put together, the research that the staff does, and it's also they win all kinds of awards at regional meetings, national meetings, because they're really professional. And so I think we've really, what's past tense of strove to keep staff, because if you have such good people, you don't want to let them go.
Good.
Mayor,
I wrote hearing, and as a nurse, I'm part of a subdiscipline that looks at the caring and nursing. And then when I look at our staff and our council, and I watch when the public comes in, or I watch the concern that counselors have for their constituents, or the way that staff treat every human being that walks up to them for something, I just see so much empathy and regard and consideration and all of those types of terms, which in nursing we call caring.
Sure. I'm always interested in kind of personalities and temperaments, and trying to Myers-Briggs and Clifton Strengths and some things. So that's kind of where I like to go sometimes. But what's interesting is sometimes we say right brain, left brain, or, people tend to be more people oriented or process oriented. But what I'm seeing is such a good mix of both, both of the conversations that we're having and some very, practical words that you're using, but then also that kind of people relational caring piece too. And to have that represented so well, both of them, says a lot, because sometimes we can go to extremes on either one and things fall through the cracks, or things don't get handled the best way they could. And so kudos to you. And if you haven't noticed, not all boards and teams and councils work this effectively together and are this respectful and collaborative and cohesive, and they get things done in a meaningful way. And it's exciting, even though I'm just getting to know many of you in the room, to see that this is really the foundation of what you're all about. So I look forward to working with you for this evening as well as tomorrow. I'm going to hand it off to the mayor, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
They're going to talk about some things specific to the one that we're creating.
Rules and procedures. So to everyone here, we thought this would be a good time to visit our rules and procedures. And we've asked all of the council members to review those to see if there's anything that we need to modify, change, or to comment on. I think last year we did a number of things in changes to rules and procedures that I think were very effective. And I don't have any changes to those. So I just wonder how we want to start on this. If you all you want to start in the beginning and page 1 and just look, do you have any changes or things like that? If I get into the details, one of the things I thought about is on the first page of rules and procedures, where we have the exceptions to having your camera on. This is going to be nitpicky, some of this stuff, but and we've been allowing, when people are calling in, zooming in because they're sick, then I think that they shouldn't have to be on camera. And I'm thinking that falls under privacy concerns. I think if a person's sick and they look terrible, that they need their privacy. So does that cover that for all of you? Okay. I would like to just remind all of us to make sure if you're going to Zoom in, that you write the city clerk and the mayor, and the city clerk keeps a record of everything. And there's a wide range of excused absences. I would like to add, I know that vacation is not on there. Is that an unexcused absence? Or an excused absence? Do we all deserve a vacation? I mean, we're the only ones that have 52 Tuesdays, except for this past year. So do we want to add vacation as an excused absence?
Mayor, I think we should, most definitely. I don't think people should feel guilty for taking vacation and not being able to attend the meeting.
Well, I think it keeps us from burning it.
Well, you attended yours from Paris in the middle of the night. I don't think that was necessary, but thank you for doing it.
I also wonder, I don't know if it makes sense to put a little bit of, I'm fine with things being open, but if folks feel like putting some parameters around that, like, you know, however, like you would at work, you get X amount of vacation days, would we put something around that so it doesn't,
I like that.
I don't know.
So would you say how many vacation days would be excused if you come in on Zoom? Or if you just don't come?
Well, I would assume that coming in on Zoom is attending. So if you weren't to come in on Zoom and weren't to attend at all, I mean,
see, we've got a limit on the Zoom of 5 times. Unless it's excused.
Mayor, I want to make sure that we are clear on this. No one is going to be removed from council if they don't have the proper number of excused absences, because we cannot do that. But they will not be paid after they've exceeded the what we have set up as a limit for attendance at a meeting. They can still participate, but they will not be paid, and that's my understanding.
That's good clarification, and now I remember that. Shall we add that the vacation 2 times, or okay? And we'll work on this, and it'll come before council. Is any?
Mayor, would you point to exactly where you are on the?
So I'm on page 9, or it's page 5 of rules and procedures.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out where and where.
And it's this says web conferencing, section 5, and then excused absences shall include. And you've got everything, but there's nothing for vacation. If you chose to Zoom in while you're on vacation, I think that should be an excused absence and you get paid for it.
Well, so.
Mayor, one other thing that has not been brought up, and I think we should. If a person, let's suppose, stays long enough to do roll call and then signs off, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that should be counted as attendance. I think they should be required to attend the majority of the meetings. And in the past, it's not been a big problem, but I think we need to make sure that just saying present on the roll and then signing off is not sufficient.
Right, but I don't think that has been a problem with We9. That has not been a problem. So I would just like to add that 2 times that you could have a vacation day as one of your excused absences.
I'd love to come back to that though, because my feeling is if you are attending via Zoom, it is not a vacation. When you're in Paris, attending a council meeting, Madam Mayor, you weren't taking a vacation. So I would hope that we write this in a way that encourages people to not, like if they are with their family, take it and don't Zoom in if you need a break to be with your family. I guess that's where I'm coming from.
I think that's in a different section.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
perfect.
this is
This is just about
This
the
section is about,
Zoom.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry.
that's why I was confused, because
So we'll just add vacation can be one of your Zoom excused. Okay. On page 6 of 32, we can all get very charged up when we're having a discussion. So I'm referring to at the bottom of the page, B, interruption. And sometimes I know that we start talking over each other. And we've gotten really good about not doing that and being mindful of it. But I just wanted to remind everybody that to try not to do that. And that I'll try to be better about calling order, but sometimes I'm the one talking over. So someone else will have to call order. Does anyone have anything else? I can keep going. I'll try to make this as quick as I can.
Mayor,
Yes.
because I had a hot chocolate failure. I was not looking at my first page when you were looking at that. The 5th Tuesdays, I would like to revisit that because I'm happy to have extra meetings, town meetings, but to have them on the 5th Tuesday of every month that we haven't, this Tuesday. If you have a hard time ever getting to a city council meeting that are all on Tuesdays, the 5th Tuesday, to me, to constraining ourselves to the 5th Tuesday, I would rather have periodic or quarterly town halls or something like any other day of the week. I'd give up a Saturday morning just because sometimes you need a week off. And I know we sound like big babies to you guys that are working for the city 24/7. But I just think the 5th Tuesdays, when it's some hot topic, there's a bunch of people there, but as it was when we were doing the board meetings on 5th Tuesdays, not many people attend. It's a big effort for staff and for, so anyway, I would like us to reconsider 5th Tuesday and maybe change it to quarterly or biannual town halls or something, not biannual, semi-annual town hall meetings on hot topics or something. Does anybody agree?
So the 5th Tuesday does occur quarterly. So your idea of a quarterly special meeting around a topic to allow the public to come in and stuff like that. I personally, over the past year of 5th Tuesdays, found it exhausting. And that's why I work for us to get everything done so we could take 2 weeks off at Christmas and New Year's. Because I just felt 52 Tuesdays in a row were just too much. And then in the 5th Tuesdays, when we had a hot topic, we had 40. Then the next 5th Tuesday, we had 4 where the topics were most bizarre. And so, I don't know, I like your idea about, and I don't know what other counselors think. I like the idea that each quarter we have a special meeting that's open that maybe is not on a Tuesday. Counselor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would agree, Councilor Doherty's point of if they can't, public's having a hard time getting to us on Tuesdays to have a comment on a non-agenda item or on the agenda items, what's the likelihood that 5th Tuesday is going to be easier on their schedule? And so I think we need to have some sort of town hall forum where people can just come and express things and we can also reply. I think that's really important to have that dialogue, but I would support having another day for it. In 1 week, we would have a work session on Tuesday and Thursday we'd have a town hall meeting or something. And then we would also get a week off and people who are having trouble getting to those 6 or 6:30 meetings on Tuesdays now have a different day where hopefully they could try to attend.
Other comments, counselors? Councilor Newman, what do you think? This was born, this was your idea. And I think it was a good idea toward our goal of communication and engagement. Are you amenable to a quarterly special meeting that is the town hall and not necessarily fifth Tuesday?
I mean, so I think as we tried this out, right, we went to try to go to different locations, and I think that worked for a couple of the meetings, right? But then again, they were hot topics. I am one that I like to overwork myself, as the mayor knows. So working all the Tuesdays, and for me, it wasn't a problem. However, I would like to maybe try it. Like, let's have the fifth Tuesdays off, but have maybe a meeting on a Tuesday and then a meeting on the Thursday of that week, or I don't know if I can give up my Saturday morning, but you know, yeah. I mean, I think maybe trying a different day, as Councilor Doherty has stated. You know, there are people who can't make a Tuesday. Let's see if they can make Thursdays or whatever day we pick, right? So, to me, I say we try it. My worst case scenario doesn't work. It just means we bring it back to council and change it again. Right?
Yeah, we always can do that. So we're going to work toward a quarterly town hall.
Mayor, if I could ask,
Yes.
we talking about changing from fifth Tuesday to just calling a special quarterly special meeting at a date and time to be chosen on with the topic by council at a certain point.
I think we're also, what I'm hearing is wanting something that's more like a town hall where people are able to ask questions and not be quite as orderly as Robert's rules. So we've conducted the fifth Tuesdays in a more open way. And even when we had the 40 people very upset, we were pretty much able to maintain order. I thought I was going to break my gavel a couple times, but we were able to maintain order, and it got very intense, but we were able to de-escalate, and that worked out. So I think we're looking to have a little bit of open dialogue and freedom of exchange of communication.
That's kind of how I saw it in the beginning, right? Was just open, not necessarily a topic, unless we know it's a hot topic that, like, you know, the stormwater was, right? So we can be like, all right, guys, let's have another special meeting on that. I would still like to rotate where we have these meetings too, so we can continue trying that out to see like where the best locations are for some of these meetings as well.
Thank you. And Councilor Freed, you had something?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It sounds like we would just, it's almost exact same thing that we're currently doing for the fifth Tuesday style, but just having it on different days quarterly. So frees up our fifth Tuesdays, hopefully, for anything else. And people who can't make it to those Tuesdays have an opportunity to try to find us on a different day. And if the city manager could, do a good job of telling us where the hot topic issues are, we'll know they're going to be coming out. So.
All right. And then I think our next.
There will be no hot topic.
Right. Hallelujah. So, and we do know that the March meeting that we're planning would be our first quarterly meeting sometime in March. And we do want that to be a special topic to educate the public about the special purpose tax and to give them an opportunity to ask questions about that, to state their opinion, et cetera. The city clerk.
Mayor, if I could just, a reminder that as we coordinate these on random days of the week, we will have to look at our boards and commission calendar to make sure we don't overlap with those. But Todd and I can make sure that we are paying attention to that.
Yeah, and I think I would depend on the city manager's office to offer the dates rather than us determining that. So because you have a better handle on the bigger schedule.
Yeah, Mayor, through you. I guess one of the things I'm kind of wondering about is if it might not be better if we called it the fourth Thursday town hall, right? It gets us off the fifth Tuesday, frees up that week. And I'll tell you as a staff member, as a member of the organizing and being prepared, those fifth Tuesday weeks are kind of a blessing, right? They're a little less pressure. We don't have council, we don't have work session. They take a little time off, they give us a little spread, but you know, just to provide some, I would like to have some organization instead of potentially having so much work going on that we miss a meeting, to actually, if we're going to try it on a different night, obviously I think you avoid Wednesdays because there's quite a bit of church stuff that happens on Wednesdays, but saying fourth Thursday, it makes that week a little bit heavier, but it gives the fifth week off, and it still manages the quarterly run of it.
And we might, instead of fourth Thursday, we could just do quarterly Thursday. And then it would always be on a Thursday. And we would, so from March, the next one would be June, you know, and so it would be the quarterly Thursday town hall, something. So maybe if something comes up and it's a holiday or that, we can do it a different Thursdays. Councilor Shumway.
I think it's possible that and we're talking about, when you say quarterly, we're talking about the fifth Tuesday. It's possible that the fifth Tuesday would be the fifth Tuesday, but the fifth Thursday may be the first, but there may not be a fifth Thursday. So the reason we did that is because once every quarter, Tuesday has a fifth Tuesday, but Thursday may not, and Saturday may not.
Well, we're not talking about fifth then, we're just talking about
quarterly meeting. Okay.
So it won't be the fifth, it'll just be a quarterly meeting, so every 3 months we'll have.
I'll just say this, I think it's very important we have a town hall.
Yes.
It's very important that we talk about the issues that people are most interested in, and to be prepared to listen and to try to give them some, response to what council is working on, what we're trying to accomplish for the community. But again, I don't care. I just don't want to have it on Sunday. I don't want to have it on Saturday. But any day is fine for me.
Councilor Doherty.
For selfish reasons, again, like if you ever want to schedule a vacation, and I try to do it from the Wednesday after a city council meeting until the next time we have to be at a city council meeting. So if we scheduled it on the fourth Thursday, that doesn't help. I was thinking third Thursday, and it looks like the calendar is pretty open on March, June, September, and December, yeah.
Yeah, and I think we can work out those details, but what we're agreeing to is to do away with the fifth Tuesday and to initiate a quarterly where we continue to have our town halls, get open feedback. I love having the town hall with all of us together, so that we can hear everything in the same room and that all of our constituents who choose to come can hear the same discussion. So I think we've agreed that we're going to go with that. So the next thing the next thing I wanted to point out, and this has come out recently as I've talked to some counselors about their work with boards and commissions, that as a liaison, you serve in an advisory capacity and is the point person between that committee and council and staff and helping to facilitate the work of that group. So it's more than being just present and watching and passive. That you don't want to alter the vote or change or impose your will, but if you have a new board or commission, or you have a board or commission that is dysfunctional, then our role is to step in and to try to work with that to increase the functionality which a number of us have had to do that. So for new counselors, I just wanted you to recognize we're not there to influence and, try to influence their votes and what they do, but we are there to facilitate the functioning of that committee. And if you find that a board or commission that you're on seems to be not functioning, then reach out to the city manager, me, and Nancy, and we can begin to start thinking about some strategies to increase the functionality. And we've had to do that from time to time, especially post-COVID. They all fell apart for a little bit. Anything else? Okay, I've pages.
Madam Mayor.
Oh. You have one?
Yeah, so just like order of business, I think it's really nice if we can acknowledge the new board members if we vote on any on the consent agenda. We can't do it too soon because we haven't necessarily approved them. So I guess when we have a new board or board commission member, if we could put a marker at the end of the consent agenda like you did this time to acknowledge one of the board members that was in the audience, I think it's really nice. Or all of the board members, yeah, so could we acknowledge any of the board members as part of right after the consent agenda?
I like the way that worked. Councilor Newman.
You could call it mayor's announcements.
Yeah.
Something to that effect, to where, because there's, I don't know what it's doing. But because there's sometimes that you have other announcements that you don't want to make when the staff's do them, but then you could.
So following that.
Right.
Following consent.
Yeah, following consent.
So then that would be to our procedure.
Right.
Under announcements, we have mayor's announcements, if there are any.
No.
No, it would be like basically 9A, or we would.
What page?
I'm on page 8, right?
Is it now? Page 8 of the rules.
Yeah. Page 12. Sure. So it goes 8, 9, we would put a 10 in there, that would be mayor's announcements that shipped everything down.
Okay. Do we have that, Nancy?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I like that idea, and I think that acknowledging the volunteers to our boards and commissions helps to show appreciation, and it also helps the public to see, that these people are stepping up, and I like bringing that out somehow from the consent agenda where it just slides through without recognition. Councilor Leffer.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's great too, because if they took the time to come to the meeting, we're recognizing them. And especially if they brought their family along, I think they really appreciate it. People love a pat on the back.
Oh, I know. And then after we appoint someone, we can invite them. If you would like to come, we do announce the new members of boards and commissions. And I like that. I just think it gets our volunteerism out there. Thank you, Councilor O'Rourke, for that one. Okay, requesting work session topics. Page 15 out of 32, item 2.08. And I think we're adding a little procedure to that. I think recently, or I think some of that we've come to recognize sometimes, I go, are there any suggestions for future topics? And then people throw it out there and we get a little clarification and we go on, and there have been misunderstandings where what the staff think we want isn't quite what we were asking, and then what we get wasn't quite what we wanted, and that's a horrible waste of time, and it can be frustrating as well. And so city manager and I have been talking about that, and we have since had, as requests have been made, had meetings with the counselor making the request to talk about what that request is, to clarify, so that we are making sure that we are hitting the topic and that the research that's being done is what was being asked for. I'm wondering, so I'd like to add that to requesting the work session topics. And I'm wondering if you might want to put in writing your request, or is that asking too much of you all? Okay. To just a simple 3-4 sentences about what you're asking for. Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, just a clarifying question. So we would write it, but we would still meet with city manager.
You would still meet.
Great, thank you.
So you would have it in writing and we would all see that. And then it just kind of clarifies it so that we're not prone to the mistakes. Councilor Newman.
Just as I don't think I would vote for that, because that would add for more paperwork for Nancy, because anything that we would write would have to go into public record. So
then the meeting with the city manager seems to suffice. I can go overboard, I'm a nurse.
If I could.
Yes, sir.
I think we could put so much of the simple sentence that I hate those words, but the proposer and the second will meet with city manager and staff to clarify the subject matter of all work sessions. I think that's the thing that we're looking for mostly. I don't know that anybody would turn us down. We reach out, we schedule meetings. We've done them with Brandon and Sharon. We've done them with Matt and Sharon. We've done them with Micah. And so that's kind of our intent, is we don't want to see where it takes a lot of staff time, right? And so we want to make sure that we don't miss. And so that's kind of the hope that we're shooting for.
I agree.
I'll say that's why I wrote frustrating on the board, was like our work sessions were, kind of not aligned with maybe what we wanted them to be. So putting this simple thing in there, and I think after city manager, I think the work session will be exactly what we wanted it. So I'm all for adding something to this.
Councilor.
That said, I think it would be good to articulate what you want in a work session when you propose it, so that the seconder is on the same page and we're not talking about two different things. So if you write it out for yourself and then articulate it when you request a work session, I want this so that we can get this and this, and then an opportunity for a second.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I wonder too, and I don't want to make more work, but I wonder if there's, kind of a standardized process where it's like the who, what, where, when, why, like just basic information. And so it's great to meet with the city manager, but I'm wondering, like, what does that look like? That could be a million different things depending on the subject. So just for consistency for the public and for us, I wonder if there could be like three things, right? Like of what you're looking for and why, and what purpose does this serve?
So that can be unofficial, and then you would speak that out at council. That would go into the minutes of the meeting, and then there not be a new process that we add. Councilor Doherty, you suggest we write it out a little more formally, rather than I want to talk about whatever housing, or but that you're a little bit more precise, and you might need to have notes that you read from. Okay, and I think we've done that, for instance, with our updates prior to recently. our updates would be, oh, I went to this meeting, I went to that meeting. Oh yeah, I went to this meeting too. And you wouldn't get any information. And now you all come in and we can get a sense of the process that's going on. Brandon.
Councilor Vito, I took your idea and like the procedures part of it. If you go to page 8, number 12 is considering of future work sessions. We just have to add with a brief description, and then we're within our rules.
Good.
Yeah.
That's 8 with the brief description.
Yeah,
Good.
page 8, and then it's I think 12 that was.
Yeah.
And then we're within our rules.
Very good. And then we add that you meet with city manager.
Right, in that other section.
Very good. Just remember, if you're going to attend by Zoom, try for a day ahead of time to let people know. I don't know that that's been a problem when some kind of last minute thing, we usually know. And sometimes last minute things come up and we understand, so we don't want to be rigid. But so here's one thing that I have in here that I want to mention as we're getting into like the whole travel thing and this, that, and the other. Oh, I'm on page 16 and 17. I would like, and I'm the worst about this. I would like for us to be very mindful when our city clerk reaches out to us to ask us, do you want to go to WAM? Do you want to go to NLC? Do you want to go to this? Are you going to do that? I sometimes don't respond right away. I forget, she has to do it again. I don't forget, she has to do it again. And so I recognize that I need to change this behavior. And when I see that come, I'm going to respond. And so if we could try to be more immediate, if you know you're not going to go, just say, I do not plan to go. And then because Nancy Bartholomew will continue to follow up to make sure you are not left out. And that creates work and we don't want to do that. So that is that. Oh, Councilor Behill.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick comment on that. So the city of Laramie uses Microsoft Outlook, just like my 9-to-5 job does as well. And so what I found that's really helpful is if you pin emails to the top of your inbox, then it's like a constant reminder that like you have to respond. And so it took me way longer in my day job to know that like that's a resource for you, right? Like you can have it right there. So utilize it. It saves lives.
Thank you, Councilor. And I just discovered that by a mistaken swipe of my mouse. Oh, it went to the top and I discovered you can pin your email at the top so you can get back to it. I used to forward them to me again so they'd be at the top. So thanks for that. Okay. Here's one. When we were getting, I don't even say what I said to you about, but when we were getting intense comment from some of our constituents, that comment one night went on for 110 minutes. It interrupted. It co-opted our meeting. We were not able to finish the meeting. We had an important item that was brought forth where we were out of time. By rules, it was like 4 minutes till 10 and the item just came onto the floor. And it's made me wonder ever since is, do we want to, that doesn't happen very often in my 5 years, it's happened twice. But do we want any limits on agenda comment, or we just write it out? Now, I do note that the mayor, if there's a bunch of people there, it says that the mayor can limit the time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. So we can do that. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like we read it out, but I do have it. This is kind of in tandem to what you're saying. I do feel like when we did get a lot of that comment, and this is one area that I'd like to talk to a little bit about, is that the public is angry and they come forward and they ask a question and then we can't answer it. And I feel like if we were able I don't know what that looks like in the rules and procedures, but when we know the answer and someone comes forward with a public comment and we can't answer them, once in a while, we kind of will slide it in there. But I think it would help kind of de-escalate some of those situations if we had the opportunity to answer back, because I think people just get more and more angry because we're sitting there staring at them. And so it makes me wonder if we could shorten the hour and under what I don't know what you said for an amount of time. So anyway, I'd love if there's thoughts on that, because I do feel like we're missing opportunities sometimes to answer really simple questions that could solve things or even stop misinformation when public comment comes up and it's not accurate.
And what I discovered in going over these is in our rules, it is discouraged to engage in question and answer, but it is allowed for us to refer that to ask if a staff might want to comment on it. We'll go with Councilor Freed and then with Councilor Mullen.
Thank you, Mayor. This is one of the things I was going to bring up, so thank you, Vice Mayor, because in our rules and procedures, I think there's been times where we've gone back and forth with certain members on certain topics, and there's other times where we don't. Vast majority of the time we don't. But what that tells the public is that we can pick and choose when we want to respond. And I do think we've gone to city staff before, that hopefully city staff would like to comment on this. But my concern is that, you know, the city staff is now put on the spot. And if they weren't ready, maybe the council, maybe Mike has got the great response, and now city staff has been working on the next topic or something, and now they have to go up in front of an angry group and on the spot, hopefully be able to respond like we're thinking they're going to, and to provide them an opportunity. So I don't know. I think most of the time they're probably going to be ready and they know what the misinformation is or the topic. But you know, we could also be putting our city staff in a pretty tight spot in a mob kind of setting to go and answer the questions and stuff.
We don't want to do that.
No, but I think there's a lot of times where I want to go to staff, and that's within our rules, to say, you know, we hear things that we know are wrong, but we really shouldn't respond based on our rules of procedure. And so I don't know, maybe we could hear from staff after Councilor Bowling, or if they have any ideas for that too.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Bowling.
Just give you a birthday.
And
just to reiterate, the Vice Mayor's inquiry, that's something that was on my mind too, as we moved into this, and I don't know what that was, but I just want to second that and say, I think it's fine that if we operate with the rule that this is for informational purposes, we're not going to engage, but is there a way to add an option to say, excuse me, Mayor, I'd like to call for a response or something like that. Let the council then vote, and then very quickly, we're just a voice vote to say, yeah, okay, now we're going to suspend that and we'll allow Councilor Noonan to give a response to the constituent. I think there might just be like an easy, quick fix in there, and it gives us a tool and an option to use. We don't have to use all the time, but might be helpful.
Councilor Newman.
Page 24 of 32 of the procedures. So 4.02 the general rules. you go down to Rule 8, this is the rule that we're talking about, right? So council shall not take debate issues with members of the public, but if needed, could be directed to city staff, but it doesn't say how. So it's a real easy, all we have to add somewhere in there is council can request the mayor to direct whoever to make that, because right now it just says city staff, right? But it could be one of us. So if we just clean that rule up that says we cannot debate with the public, but request the mayor to give us that opportunity, then we don't have to go to a special vote or anything to that effect. And then if we could put in there something to the effect of, could be council and or city staff, because sometimes we have something, so.
City clerk is parliamentarian. What is your opinion?
Eric, I feel from a procedure standpoint, that's probably why the Rule 8 was in there, to try to give you that flexibility. If there is a topic that comes up during public comment that you feel needs to be addressed, you could go to city staff and ask for a little bit further clarification on.
Or could we implement Councilor Newman's suggestion that Mayor, may I respond?
If that's the council's wish, yeah.
That we would not engage in debate, but that it be that signals it's a formal process. May I respond? Yes. And then you give a response, and then that shuts it down because it's kind of laid out what the intention is. Vice Mayor.
This seems rather nitpicky, but I'm wondering if we could instead say, may I give a response? Say something in this and in how we proceed about offering clarification rather than a response, because response then gets response.
Good point.
And so we could use, whoever wants to work the magic on language, but I think it would be great to
offer clarification. I like that. Councilor Shumway.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important that we do not let ourselves get to a position where we are debating with certain individuals that are very, very good at it. Because what that does is it inflames the public and inflames the individual. It makes the council feel like we're inadequate in doing this. However, what we can say is great things. We're going to write this down, and we want you to come, and we're going to have an open discussion in our town hall, and we're going to not only be prepared to answer this question, but also we'll be able to have a back and forth, because that's what the town hall's for, not the city council. That's our business meeting. And I think if we get into the point where we let certain individuals, and they're there, to come in and take over the meeting with a debate format, and they do it intentionally to say, so you're not going to answer me. So this is an important thing. You won't tell the public what you're going to do. And what we need to say is, absolutely, we're going to do everything we can to get all the information we can to you. This will be available when you talk to us, after this meeting and also in the town hall.
Councilor Doherty.
I'm hoping the city manager can clarify, but we don't want to put staff on the spot, but staff can always say, we have to get back to you on that because we want to get it accurate.
Yeah, that's correct. Staff won't be counsel to respond at all costs. If we don't know the answer right off the bat, we will honestly say we do not have that information currently at our fingertips, but we will make a response available. So we absolutely function in that manner.
And
I think this is just going to help us when the stormwater was the big thing, and it was the same question after person after person. And if we could have just said, assistant city manager at the time, could you clarify what you said, or then it would have been fixed, and then maybe we could have had 30 minutes of comment.
Right. Councilor Freed.
Thank you, Mayor. Not to keep dragging this one on, but I think one of the comments and topics that comes to my mind about this is when some members of the public over a couple of weeks said that what the city was doing was illegal, and in a public comment, which is not true. But because it was public comment, we didn't respond to it. And then I got a ton of emails and phone calls and saying, if the city wasn't doing something legal, why wouldn't you say it? So I just want to, I look at it that way. If there's an opportunity where we can provide just a simple sentence or know that if we direct, city staff, would you like to answer this, but it's not putting them on the spot, just a way for us to maybe stop that room from walking away and then spreading, wow, the city council got called out for doing something illegal, or the city did, and they never said anything. So I don't know if that's this might be able to solve that. That's what my brain goes to. And that happened like 3 weeks in a row.
Right.
And we weren't able to comment on it.
And that's really why I'm bringing it up. It's not these people that I know are wanting to antagonize and debate and start an argument right there. I think we need to shut that down and not engage in debate, but sometimes there's a little misconception, and I just want to make a comment and correct that. And it makes me feel uneasy that I let that untruth or that misconception, misinformation leave the room, go to the public, and that all it would have taken is a little, I'd like to clarify, and then that's it. So I would like to add that we can ask to clarify, but that we do not engage in debate and argument, but that we can clarify.
Just so council knows and staff knows, we would also have to make some changes on page 30 and 31 because public comments talked about review. So we would just have to go put in some of the same similar language there too.
Okay.
And maybe on the stuff, what is that too?
All right. Now, the next piece to come up is boards and commissions. Do you all want to break and then come back to this? Is that the general consensus, city manager?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and then we'll come back to boards and commissions because we have the item emeritus to bring up. Yes.
If we could just get a little clarification for scheduling, if you don't mind. Because our dinner break was at 5:30. Did you want to take 10-minute break? Or
if it's 5:30, we can do the boards and commissions, and then we'll be ready. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm smelling your food.
We have time. Let's give it a try.
So, in under boards and commissions, the topic here, and I'll just give a little back history on it. It's about having an emeritus appointment to a board or commission. And that first came up when Councilor Doherty and I were interviewing for the Disabilities Commission. And we had one person, Carol, who had been on the board forever. She was a wonderful resource, was a disability, an ADA compliance person. She was a wonderful person to have on the committee. We had another person come, a younger person wanting to be involved, and we didn't have a place for her if we reappointed the person who had been on the commission forever. So we asked Carol if she would consider being emeritus, and she did. And we brought the other person on, and I did not ask people permission for that. So, she's not serving?
Yeah, we didn't create it. She hasn't been.
Okay. So then it came up again when Councilor Fried and I were interviewing for the Safety and Traffic Commission. And Harold had been on that commission forever. He had fantastic institutional knowledge, a lot to offer in mentoring new people on. And then we had a stellar candidate come in, a younger person with the sheriff's department, really a medic, you know, he just had all of this interest. We wanted to make a place for him. And so then I thought of this emeritus thing, and I overstepped again and suggested that we make Harold emeritus. And Cindy quickly recognized that I was out of order, and we began a process to maybe think about establishing an emeritus designation where an individual is has been on the board for a long time. They are aging out. It means a lot to them, but we need to get people in as well. We need to make room and not necessarily push people away. And so the emeritus could be a non-voting person that serves as a mentor, provides institutional knowledge and history to the commission or board, while that other person, and we could do it in a way where they come to council, they are acknowledged as emeritus, and we can set up qualifications such as the number of terms, a recommendation by council, by the two counselors that interview, a recommendation by the liaison that they be appointed that, a vote by council that they be appointed emeritus, and then that they receive that recognition. And I think that that's another way that we can publicly recognize our volunteers and recognize our people that have put sometimes decades into a board or commission, but that we can make room for new people to come in. So I want to throw that out. Councilor O'Doherty.
I'd like to do this. We have people in the 7 years that I've been doing, interviewing people, and you're like, oh my goodness, are we going to just toss out this volunteer who has been doing this and is a very treasured volunteer? But we also want to encourage young people to get involved and new people to get involved. So we've lost people that I thought were wonderful, but it's like, well, we got to, encourage young people. So I hope that other people like that idea, because it's pretty painful when you're losing very good volunteers.
And you're losing and if you let them go, you're losing your institutional knowledge as well. Councilor Bulling.
Thank you, Mayor. I second that. I think Councilor Feehill and I encountered this situation this last month while interviewing for the Human Rights and Relations Commission. And if we had had that option, we would have a very qualified person that we ended up not going.
Other comments? Is the consensus that you would like that to go forward? Yes. So then we will write something up and we'll bring that forward. All right, good. That's it. That's all my comments. Anybody have anything? Look at me. Right on time. Yes, sir.
Well, I know everyone's ready for dinner now, but this is the end of the rules procedures topic. So I guess the only thing that I would like to say to council, as I think now that this new council members have got a year at this, is trying to just button up a few things. And one of them in my mind would be the side talking that the mayor's already addressed. But, some of the folks that are always participating at these meetings, some of the critics of the city are going to see everything we do, and they have, and they've brought it up, at least some of us, but the side talking or talking over each other or these other things that we're doing, even if it's small or there's only one person in the audience, I think it just starts to diminish the responsibility that we have up there. So myself included, trying not to be on my phone, but the biggest one that I've noticed is talking without a microphone, side talking. If we stumble on our orders and procedures and 5 people tell the mayor what to do, we look disheveled up there, and that undermines whatever topics that the staff's talking about. So I don't think there's anything that we need to add to this, but just I'll try to be better too. But I know that that's something that I want to look forward to in 2026 is that we can just be a little more buttoned up there.
Any other comments from President? Councilor Needham?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just, I would reiterate Councilor Freed's points on that. That's something that I've noticed, and I think too, before I was on council, it was like Robert's Rules of Order. But now that I've been on council, it's a thing, right? And it's there for a reason, and we need to respect that. And so, making sure that we're addressing the mayor when she calls on us, when we raise our hand and she chooses to let us speak. I think that goes a long way. Just in terms of the decorum, and that's really helpful. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Doherty?
Might we come up with some way to get your attention, so that I'm not tapping you and people aren't like, hey, is there a way, I don't know, that we could have a little, our hand up in Zoom where somebody puts a card out, then the mayor can look around the table and see if anybody, I know, because it's the same as having a hand up. I just think that
Councilor Doherty, the number of chats that you've had to do are really minimal. And I know that one night I snapped, but I apologize right afterward. But I think we're pretty good. And then you and the vice mayor are like my wing people. And then sometimes you guys are almost like you're at an auction, where, it's all these subtle signs. So but I think we've got a pretty good system, and usually people keep their hands up, and then what I've started doing is I'll point, okay, I got you. And hopefully I remember from one to the next, but I think that the tapping, I know I kind of.
No, that's not
my turn to speak. I did apologize. Councilor Behill.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think for me, I'm going to take a lesson from ASUW, which is our student government at the University of Wyoming, and they do something that's really awesome. And so they just literally do this. And so that's what I've tried doing, on council, because I know it's hard to wrangle us cats, it's a whole thing. And so, yeah, if it's, any help, because sometimes this doesn't really do it. But if you can see it from here, then that's a little better.
Does that work for everybody?
Can you reach?
Because I'll see that sometimes if it's like this, I'm like an owl. I'm doing this the whole time in the meeting. But I like that idea. Okay, we'll try that. But I think it happens every now and then, but my left and right wing people really helps keep it together, and I appreciate that very much. And then Councilor Newman is always you have such an eagle eye, and he's always keeping track of online too. So that's good. All right, we'll try that. Any other comments? City Manager, may I turn it over to you?
It's past 5:30 now. So it's time for dinner. So we'll break for dinner. We'll come back at 6. So feel free to help yourselves. I'll get prepared for my little section, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
We're gonna eat over there?
Yeah. Yeah, Mayor, I'll have you call back door.
I made a salad.
Okay. Hope you all had a nice dinner and we'll come back to order. And before we get started, I just wanted to finish one last bit of business about boards and commissions. And we have 4 boards and commissions that really are not connected strongly to the city at this time. And that is Territorial Prison, the Rifle Range, and the Depot, and Laramie Public Arts. And so Todd and I are going to contact these 4 agencies and suggest that we not have a liaison, and that rather they come in to council and give either an annual or biannual report. And we will let you know soon how that turns out, and we're hoping to relieve you all of those 4 responsibilities.
No, just see, I'll put in a work order.
Councilor Bowling, did you have the?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And if I'm derailing this here, okay, so I sit on. I also understand that, you know, that would, and I also feel like I'm on the lighter end, right, of responsibilities. And I know some commissions require more responsibility or more maybe than other ones. Is there a reason that for those specific commissions or boards that meet more regularly, especially in light of the moving of some responsibilities, we couldn't amend rules so that more than one council could be appointed, so that there is some flexibility, and then that alleviates some of the pressure, like say, for those that might have a heavier load?
In my conversations with counselors, people at this time are very happy with their boards, didn't want to let go of them, and feel that they work together. That's something I think that we can think about, continue to mull over, but I wouldn't really suggest changing that right now. But I would like to eliminate boards and commissions where we're not there and don't make a difference, where we're just kind of there. Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm done. Councilor O'Doherty's not done.
Yeah, for one thing, the Territorial Park folks were so delighted that I was there when I finally made the connection. So I'd be sad to say, never mind. But I mean, I'm not sad to have one less board. The other one is Community Juvenile Services Board. I'm there, but I don't have anything to contribute really. I think we have don't we have a presence anyway with our legal team? So I don't know what city council contributes to that. Community Juvenile Services Board. I see Erin is trying to get out of her.
CJSB.
Yeah. So
all right, we'll take a look at that and bring it back to council.
Thanks.
Mayor, if I could say, you know, some of those boards, whether it's the Rifle Range or the Laramie Railroad Depot Board, they have a close tie to Parks and Rec. So we do have staff contact there and could get an annual report through the Park Street Rec Advisory Board that could come to council in the form. And the same thing with the CJ is if they are supported through Bob, is what I'm assuming, who's also on that, then there really would be no reason, because that report could come through Bob about the operations of the Community Juvenile Services Board. Yeah, so I think there's a matter of looking at how it really is supported. Is it better at a staff level or better at a council level is what we're talking about. And typically council or staff still attends.
Well, like I just got the annual report from Tom Mattamore with the Laramie Rifle Range, and I'll be presenting that to the Park Street Rec Board. So again, there's still a connection.
Yeah. Great. All right, are you guys ready to move on? So this next section, I tried to describe it a little bit at our legislative retreat about how I see communication. Government communication works with staff and council and different people. And so tonight, as I was preparing, I looked at a couple different examples and some ideas. And what really struck me was about the flywheel. And a lot of us are all familiar with the flywheel premises that people can enter the discussion or get on the flywheel at any point. But what the flywheel is intended to do is make sure that it keeps moving, that it gets into process and can do all the pieces and make sure it's taken care of. So I'm going to go through how I envision the communication going, and then I'm going to lay out some direction for counselors and staff related to interaction and communication that I think is important. And I'll give you my reasoning, and it's really open to discussion. But you know, a lot of times what we're talking about is we've got council and staff up there denoted by a C and an S. And what I really envision in this type of discussion is information should go both ways on this flywheel. And it should always go around the circle. So staff should be going to council, council should be coming to staff, and there should be this constant cycle of communication. Because what comes with communication? One thing anybody could tell me that comes with proper communication?
Understanding.
Understanding, yeah.
Outcomes. Relationships,
trust. You know, if we've got the right communication, so the communication comes from staff to council, we don't want it to just stop there. We want it to get back to staff on how you feel about it, right? It always flies in that circle. Now we've got one thing that we've got to add in here. We've got the community or who we represent. Now, our citizens, the people that we represent, should be able to enter into communication flywheel at any level. They should be able to enter into it at the staff level. And then staff should have enough wherewithal to make sure that they communicate to council what we're hearing. Our citizens should also be able to enter in the council level, because when you guys are out, you hear it, you see the stuff. And what we need is we need that communication to come back to staff. So it's extremely important that we do that. Now, as you work through this, what you're going to see when it goes from citizens, from our residents to council, they're mostly questioning or seeking information, right? When it's going from our residents to our staff, they're mostly questioning or seeking information. Between staff and council, it's mostly to get information or provide information as a trade there, as you're thinking about it. Now, the one thing that we can never forget is that return to our residents. And we actually had that discussion today a little bit around council rules and procedure when we get asked a question, how we're going to respond. And I'm sure between staff that we're going to figure out a way to make that so that it's has as much decorum as we possibly can in Robert's Rules of Order as we move forward. So that's my vision about how I see communication happening. Staff's busy, counselors are busy. But there is time, right? I hate for some of my communications to go too long. When people don't get responded to, that's when you see the social media, that's when you see they start to make up their own decisions about the information they were seeking. That's when you hear the different jabs about maybe like Councilor Freed pointed out, you got claimed that you did something illegal, but nobody responded. You know, we've got to make sure that we start making those responses we get it. Now, the big thing for me, I know our previous city manager, and I have all the respect in the world for Janine, but she had a pretty firm rule that before you visited with staff, that you go to Janine and then you visit with the staff, right? And that was a pretty firm rule. I do have to tell you that I'm going to take this lid off, and I might kick myself in 6 months. But this staff bar has surpassed anything that I can do. I fully trust that this staff is open and willing to communicate directly with any one of our council members. Now, if it goes too far, I believe the staff that we have in place that is so amazing will elevate that back to me. And I will do this example. Man, Mayor Cumby's asking too much of me right now. Okay, let's talk through this. What's happening? And then what we'll probably do is schedule a meeting with Mayor Cumby and try to work that out to see what she's asking and make sure that she understands the timelines, what's being asked, and what are the pieces. But you all, by taking the lid off, have the freedom to communicate directly with any one of the directors that are in this room, Brian Brown or Eric Taney that are in this room. I would ask that you reach out to them because there's one reason. My schedule's really gotten really tight lately. So if you're waiting to contact me, then what are we losing? Time and response to the citizens, right? We don't want to lose that. So now that's one thing. If you release that time and we get things going and we move things a little bit better, we can do a lot better. The other thing that I want to remind you is if you reach out and you don't get contact or you don't get response, give it a second reach out, but don't let it fester. If somebody's not responding, you've got to make sure you let me know so that I can encourage that response and see what's slowing it down. Maybe I got lost. Maybe you put an R in freezer. You know, that happens, right? That happens that we don't get emails. But that's my vision for communication. I do want you to know, I've got the utmost respect for this council. I don't believe any one of you is going to ask too much of our staff. This staff has the wherewithal to say, hey, that's pushing it too far. That's beyond the boundaries. Maybe you should talk to Todd about what you're requesting, and then we'll work through the process. I believe, and I've seen it a lot, very open, approachable staff. Nobody is willing to just push you aside, not discuss the items and have those pieces. And I hope you guys feel the same way. I also feel that our council is very understanding and I have great trust. And the more information we can get shared correctly, put together is going to lead to a better outcome for our residents. So I'm taking the lid off. I do have the authority to put that lid back on. But we're taking the lid off for communication. Do any of your counselors have any questions?
Yes.
I'd kind of like to know, I think before we could talk directly to people, but the idea was like, if it's going to take more than 10 minutes of their time, then go through the city manager because she has to manage people's time. So if every counselor goes in there and talks for a couple of hours to the police chief, then that's, do you want to have a window of if it takes X amount of time or something like that? No, because you trust the staff is going to say, I have to talk to Todd or, you know.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I don't, you know, in my position, I like to manage workload, but what my intent is Brooks would come to me and say, hey, it's too much right now. We can't have this. And then we got to have that discussion and get an honest timeline about the request or what the request entails and make sure we tailor it down, right? But staff has the knowledge of that workload. I'll be full honest. Everybody's full. You know, so any extra stuff is extra, but they have the fortitude and they have the professionalism, they have the ability to let you know that they can or can't help you or how to get there. If it gets to a different situation, then we'll absolutely be involved. But I trust, I tell you, every day I get to work with the staff. It blows my mind. They're so amazing. And I am so blessed to have that opportunity to work with them that I know that you're going to be served really well by communicating directly with the staff. Chair, you had your hand up first. Sorry.
In my role as mayor during the past year, I have had the experience of needing to talk to different staff or directors. And I will tell you that they're able to set boundaries, set limits, and just be very direct with me. So sometimes I might be asking for something and I'll get a good answer to a rationale why not. So they're really able to not capitulate to me, but just inform me immediately of what's appropriate, where I need to go, the next step. And it's been really helpful for me in my guiding in the system. So I really trust the directors and staff because they've been super open and honest and confident in their communications with me.
Thank you. I actually just have one request that's possible, and that is sometimes someone will email something to us, and one of us will email directly a staff person to say, like, can you help me understand this? They will give a really great explanation, but it doesn't go to all of council. And I think it would be really helpful. So then sometimes one of us will forward the explanation that was given to all of council, so we all get it, but it would, for all of us to have that same knowledge. So having that response get out to everyone, even if it's one person requesting, I think would be really helpful.
Yeah, and I think what you're probably responding to is when you receive an email, complaint or request through the email. One of the things that I've got to do better is about when those come in, I've got to reach out to council and say, hey, let me get with staff, let us get us a response for you. We'll send it back to all of you, and then you can all have that information and the response available. I don't know that it's appropriate because I know I'm on the emails, Bob Southern's on the emails. I don't think it's appropriate for me to reach out to that resident because they've reached out to council, right? So we've got, if somebody wants to step up and say, hey, Todd, I'd like to handle this piece, or let me know, then we'll provide that response to everybody and then leave it in that counselor's position to respond back to that person.
Councilor Newman.
I just have an idea that maybe a request as well. Can we create some sort of cheat sheet reference, especially for like newer council members, right? And I mean, I've been on council and like, hey, if it's a road problem, like who do we reach out to? If it's a, like, I think that would help because I've heard even, I've said it, like our website's kind of hard to use sometimes trying to find information on it. So if we can come up with some sort of cheat sheet that would help us, like, oh, the public has a question about this, I know to go to Brooks or whoever, right? If we could create something like that, I think that would help a lot too.
Absolutely.
Councilor Freed.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, my question for you, City Manager, is I know hypotheticals aren't helpful, so but this might be relevant. You know, on Traffic Safety Commission, usually Director Webb's there, city engineers there, and maybe some of the city engineers like road staff or engineering staff. If I had a question about something that was talked about, do you still prefer that we go to, I would go to Brooks first and then it would funnel its way down? Or, you know, someone on city engineer Jaff's team was there at that meeting, should I just reach out to them? And I might have missed that if I was out.
No, and I appreciate that question. It's not a problem to have that hypothetical question. I think I feel a little bit of nervousness about taking the lid off like I have. I'm afraid if we do that, we're taking the lid all the way off, right? And so I would like the communication to go through the directors if we could. It just doesn't need to be bottlenecked in one position.
I would like for us to revisit like council response to a council email. So we get, you know, we have this idea about quorum, and we had an idea that 5 of us couldn't be at the same function because it'd be quorum, and it got clarified. No, just don't stand together talking business. And with the emails, since we don't respond all, then I don't know who's responding to the query, who's not. And I don't think it needs 9 of us to respond to the query. And I would like to revisit with Bob and legalities and with Nancy and procedure. Can we understand or do, when I write all of council, and now I noticed that Councilor Newman did it too, do not respond all. And then I write everybody. And I think that would help communication, because if somebody's going to take the lead on that question, I don't think 9 of us need to write. I think we need to maybe clean that up a little bit.
Would it be so fair as to, once those council emails come in, maybe it's more behooving on me to let council know separately, council, I'm gonna get with Jen Wade and get a response for this, and then we will craft a response email to the individual that sends it with you guys CC'd that says, Mr. Smith, we received this query from the council. Here's a response to your inquiry, and send it back out, and then you guys all get it. It kind of keeps you out of that respond all or those pieces.
The other, I think that's good, but that might take a little bit. And sometimes I want to respond within an hour and say, thank you for your question. And I will bring that forward and we'll get back to you. And something like that. Nancy, yeah.
So for my, I don't know why these are being difficult over here. Yeah.
Get rid of that.
So I'm not your attorney, and so I can't speak from the city attorney's viewpoint. What I would caution in any kind of debate back and forth, you know, hey, we need to take this topic forward to, you know, the next meeting, or, you know, we need to vote yes on, like, any kind of business discussion, not putting that in those emails. But if you're responding back to them saying, you know, yes, we're going to, you know, get some more information and get back to you, that's fine. The reason we caution you not to reply all ever is because sometimes you inadvertently create that quorum, you know, and stuff. So that's part of why that caution is always there, you know.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you have city attorney, city clerk, but would it make sense that if we get an email to council, someone gets, then Sharon sees it first, she could say, thank you for your, or back to council, hey, council, I will respond to this person. That's not creating a quorum about business, but it's more saying, we know that someone's going to take the initiative, and then we know not to say, hey, Sharon, make sure you say this. Obviously, that's creating a quorum and talking about business. But if someone, can we reply all in there, and maybe just to say, hey, I saw this, you know, I'm on that board or commission, I'll reply to this individual.
And then Nancy's caution is that we don't engage in back and forth with each other where we write, you know, council, so-and-so has a good idea, let's talk about, then that becomes doing business. But and there are different constituents that different ones of us have good relationships with. So I know with Mike and I, she's got certain ones that she responds to, and I appreciate it because I don't necessarily want to, and I've got those that I do, and you know, we all. So if I knew somebody were responding, I can follow that, and then I could write that person, I see that Councilor Feed has followed up with you, and thank you for your input, you know. So anyway, if I could know that it's being responded to, then we know that that the person's being taken care of. But if we don't see anybody else's answers, then we don't know. And
for the time being, what I'd ask is you let me have a chance to be a little more reactive to those council emails, and let's see how it goes. Okay. And then we'll reconvene and discuss it in a future date with, you know, some of the council leadership and see where we go.
That's what I'm doing.
Since we were instructed to never get rid of any emails, I really don't need emails from y'all thanking somebody. Reply all and thank you for your thing when you're talking to one specific person, or I didn't know about this thing, because now we've got all these emails to sort through, and then I got to find, well, what was the original topic? And now I've got 6 responses that, can I delete emails, Jonathan? Is that, you're smiling, so you may know some.
Well, within the city is legally required to keep all your communications forever. We can archive that. separately from what you delete out of your inbox that you're working with day to day.
I can delete.
Yes.
You can delete.
You can delete within your mailbox day to day. What we'll do is we have an archiving software. Every email sent is archived for a period of time, but certain emails, if you're on a board and commission, you're in city council, certain positions, it's marked to keep kind of archived forever. So if we were to get an inquiry, we should be able to fulfill that. Good. Even if you were not council anymore, or you deleted the thing.
You're gonna have some time. Counselor Newman.
I do like that, hopefully city manager, can give us a lead on that, when it comes to the responses, because what I would hate to happen, because the social media guy can't stay off of it apparently. Sometimes you'll see, well, council said, and I was like, well, council never said that. Like that came from an email from one of us, right? So I think we would have to be careful with how that is done, because if not, it could portray that like all of council believes X, Y, Z when we might not, right? So that's, I kind of like Todd's, give him a chance to get us some facts and then get that information out.
All right. Now we're going to move on to the past 3 years goals. Tag out.
So appreciate Nancy Mayor and Todd giving information out to you. So you had your nice little packet there. So I've had a chance to look over that too. And what I want to do tonight, and time that we have left, is we're going to look at mainly those goals and the achievements that you had for the last 3 years. And specifically, I want us to look at what worked first. And so I'm going to hand out my some Post-it notes. I want you to take, let's start with 10 minutes. And I want you to do this quietly, okay? So for those of you that are kind of talked out, this is more peopling than you like to do. This is a chance to kind of take it down a notch. I'd like to do this individually so you can go through the handouts that you have. And mainly what I'm asking you to look at are the pieces that look like this. Ones that look like this. That are in your notebook, you'll have 3 of them. It's right behind the goals that were set, and then this is where the goals, what it was initially, the outcomes, as well as whether it was complete or not. Format's a little bit different between the first 2 years and the third year, but the information is all there. So I want you to go through, I'm going to put a page up here for us to use as a landing place for all of our information. And I'd like you to put one thought per Post-it note. So what you can do here, and I'm just going to pass some out, and if you don't have enough, you can grab some from your neighbor. But initially, I want you to look at either by goal, by what was done, or as a whole, what has worked well when it comes to your goals and achieving the outcomes that you're looking for.
Clarification, which page were you talking?
It's going to be, but then I can pull the detail. There we go. You got it.
Which one?
I'll give you the page numbers in just a second.
Are we talking about the 2025-13 that we're going to do?
2023-22A that then followed with a summary.
Yeah, it's a summary in all cases.
And then there's the 2024-10. You know, so
Wait, we're going through 23.
Is it the report?
it's 23.
I'll get back up there and show you the.
We have to go through each again, because that's why we did our homework ahead of time.
We know.
What's
That's
that?
a lot of reading. That's gonna take me a long time to read this stuff.
Okay.
We did our homework ahead of time.
That's like,
For things that.
Thank you.
Decision.
If you've already gone through them, you just have to write down on the Post-it notes what you have, what your takeaways were as far as what worked well, and that's what we're looking for first. So if we're looking at these last 3 years.
Like what constituted a successful goal and achievement in your mind? Which ones? And maybe why? Is that what we're?
Not yet.
From the report?
That's a reference you can use.
Working from the, I was right in the first place.
Work from the resolution.
So we're actually working from our resolution.
I thought we brought.
So in the PDF,
Okay.
I mean, I haven't been here.
You spoke of resolution, progress.
So you want us to work on the resolution?
What's that?
Work on the resolution.
I think it's easier to work on the resolutions. You can work with both of them. They're all in there just for informational purposes, but I believe what Rhonda's asking you to do is you've got one Post-it note that she wants you to put 5 items on that you feel worked well.
I want a different Post-it note for everything that went well.
Everything that went well.
A different group, everything that we're,
Each year. It doesn't have to be done by year. We're looking at all 3 years as a whole package.
all 3?
And you don't have, I mean, and you've done the work. Some of it might be just fresh in your mind. You know what went well, and next we're going to look at what didn't have the outcomes that you expected, because we want to look at why these things might have occurred and how we can replicate what's worked going forward and how we can avoid what didn't.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. You are.
We're good.
See, no one wanted to sit next to me. I don't find it understand. I might have a duplicate of 2 years. I've got 2024-10, 2024-.
Yeah, there's the 2024-10 has 2 resolutions.
Doesn't it?
2024-10 has 2 resolutions.
Sorry, guys. And I don't have a 2023. I got it.
You said 1 or 2 words.
Yeah, just
That's 2024 annual report.
right. Yeah, about just a
2024-10, 2024-10.
So 2025 is on a back date.
Let me see.
Both down.
It's just why did we go?
Yeah.
In writing this.
So
Going all 3.
here, this has 2023.
And through that.
I found one in the other.
5, 7, 2023. Well, yeah,
I got my packet.
out of those 3 years, 3 different
So
ones.
it was like 3.
Yeah, we're like, one is the infrastructure planning investment under there, Stone A with prioritized planning construction projects.
Make everybody think about it.
The milestones were prior
Okay, so I
planning, construction, facilities, and rights of way. Maximize safe access for persons of all abilities.
Oh, okay, one of those. And if you keep going, backside on the pages of 25, it is like we're working on this. I think that's it.
What wants to do it?
Yeah, I'm providing, I didn't say I was providing. We done. All of that. The other one is, I think, forest, we've built as far as the insurance and fees.
Okay, thank you.
Still not quite sure what we're supposed to write in the scheme. Yeah, so it's just the stuff that worked, that you think worked well.
Oh,
We just want to hone in on what has worked. Looking back, looking back at, so what we've done over the past 3 years.
So we think that worked. But I don't want to write all those words.
That's not, what was it about that worked? So was it the fact that you had, people collaborated to make it happen? Or was it that it was something that the community was really invested in? Was it that you had grant funding that made that available? What helped us succeed in the areas that we have had successes? So no, I'm not asking you to write the resolution down again. I think you ask you to actually step back a little bit and say, okay, so why were we able to accomplish this thing?
Improve robustness of stormwater management. Well,
Sometimes we might find that it's just the right time, where we might have tried it a few years ago and it wasn't, and now it is, or vice versa.
Each one, 5 bullets, 1 on each.
No, just go crazy with
so we
it.
increase,
I'm not putting a certain number on it.
Yeah.
But I just want to get
Here's my phone.
thinking about what
It didn't work right. Just, no.
word. Okay, you got yours?
and maintenance. We got
Big maintenance.
big maintenance. So
It sounds good.
I'm going through them too.
Yeah, no, it's nice.
It's like each one is, and then I gotta do 3 years across that. So then,
Who else has got some ready for me? And I'll put them up, and then I'll start reading some of them out loud for give you an idea.
so then on 2024,
I wrote one more
we
down.
continue. And we add
That's our biggest problem.
Great.
we add the advisory, we add the advisory commission on disabilities in efforts to grant funding to expedite improvement. So then we'll go, this 24. And then it really changes in 25. No, this is.
Still last milestone I get.
Ensure non-motorized and alternative transportation options are integrated comprehensively into municipal regional system. Now, in 23. We're not now.
So there are whiteboards and a lot of other.
I think no, but you know what this led to? This whole thing.
I need to.
Led to her transportation study.
Oh, I'm great. Thank you.
Our transportation plan. And then it led to the report. So.
Yeah.
So.
And that's an
So. Transportation. But the goal, let's see what, yeah. So that, I think that led to the, the transportation, to the renewal of transportation authority. So we had to establish that. And once we established that, we were able to say, right, and hire a budget clerk.
Now, it's not what I do.
Then we were able to complete a study.
He has some things ready.
He's very boring. My heart's growing.
And so this would be 2023 through 2025, we accomplished all of them. To right now. So that's just, but that was only one part of it. Steve, continue seeking agreement and
Aaron, when I did this, I just thought about 5 things that were goals of the last few years.
but our goals are broad.
Right, and so within that, I said, yeah,
That's coming up, right?
free software protection, software,
Water,
provider options for developers. The background and stuff like that.
so,
Grants.
yeah, grants.
Yeah, it was full.
That in
Yeah.
plus.
Okay, it looks like you guys are rocking and rolling now.
To the fund. So we got grants plus
My wife.
the money.
Yeah. We would not do something, and not find that part.
Equipment.
Yeah. Guys and gals.
Yeah, so then led to enhance. Maintenance. And then we've also.
Yeah. I'm ready to see you all there.
Yeah, okay, so that's to enhance. And then.
One of those like. They're held definitely for like.
You got me today, that was like called back
5 years ago. This is everything. When she all gets.
So that's transfer. I forgot.
And legal staff, right, or any direct emails.
Yeah, very good.
It's not finished.
Access and giving my to ensure equitable. I don't like.
We have 30 emails for speeches.
We have okay, so we've done infrastructure.
What's the structure before you got this? Like you would have the long that we all.
But you don't need to have a. Structure.
Had at least 10 minutes, so finish up what you're writing right now. I'll get those up here and then I'm going to talk about what we've got here. We've got a lot of information that we can look at.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch.
Oh, here we go.
I know you probably been asked the whole bunch.
Sure, mentor has.
That's your, how that you roll it.
I'm like, here's what's scheduled, this is what.
We've got sewer housing approaches that provide smaller housing.
That's true.
Kind of installed that we all been trying to do.
Oh,
And then it was official.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's fun. I had moved out of the union. I've been in the union for like.
It's like,
Yes, it was, but yeah.
Just tell me. Yeah, so what's that? So there's trying to get students to
Improve communication.
That's actually, I heard don't know who wants to do that, but we were making a proposal.
Oh, yeah.
I heard a pitch them yesterday too. Actually, no, that was, I was there Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah. How to reach out. Or if there's things that you start on this, why, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, it was, yes.
I have to try, yeah, that's cool.
Maybe we keep anybody that gets like somebody.
Cool, yeah, cool.
After the hearing, sorry.
I first.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Oh, that's environmental.
We're actually gonna try and. At least one, if not.
Can we go, bro?
Cool.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Every day. It was over, yeah.
I mean,
Lots of people.
it's actually really.
What else?
Yeah.
Responding to the
They have no idea.
Thank you.
Chat.
Yeah.
Because I'm really like.
There's no way to go through all this. That's a little bit of.
Yeah, all the students, yeah. So
I know we've been working with slides to.
those are my.
Exciting to.
Yeah, slides, they're good people, they look.
So it's time to, so talk to a couple of times, just on, but something together.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I actually got my career start in higher ed.
Because if you.
Where we're going with this,
Dude, that'd be cool.
I think what you see where, what this tells us, it will be helpful. And right now, it probably just looks like a mess, but it's actually more than that. You know, I was able to kind of cluster the ones that I could, that I was familiar enough with. But what you can see here, and I'm gonna just kind of let you know what we have, and to see what commonalities of things we see. Clearly stated, and actual goals led to better outcomes. We had that repeated several times in different ways. Clear outcomes lead to past goals or strategy plans, smart goals, goals that were more specific and better outcomes of progress. Goals that clear overview of general council priorities. Goals have been developed with a sense of hope and optimism, and goals were generally achievable in some form, even if they needed retirement. So that's clear, right? Because we've got several there that in some way mention the importance of having clear specifics. We know what we're going after, and that is very obvious, probably, and I would make a guess here for both the council and for the staff that are trying to implement whatever is being asked of them. And then we had ones up here about completing the compensation study, about market-based compensation for staff, staff leadership, staff compensation and adjustments. And so some good work has been done there that you're very proud of. The things around the needs assessment for municipal facilities, there were a couple of comments there. This cluster has everything to do with community participation, more involvement with stakeholders and partners, and increased engagement with those partners, it appears. Here's some things around the 6 cent and the 7 penny tax and how it's being used. Then down here, we've got more around the improved contractor communications, working with developers, working with those types of partners to get work done in our community, so more of that commercial level. And then some infrastructure, like identifying infill opportunities and opportunities for housing trust. more on housing, working with multiple agencies to try to provide better housing. Urban renewal. So up here, I got place, and more around infrastructure there, both the stormwater and, planning and construction work is being done. Then we have some around grant funding and how we're using that to get work done in our community and how important that is. Those were written by 4 or 5 about the ambulance service and how that has changed in your community. So there were at least 3 if not 4 of those. Better public awareness and more transparency when it comes to what you're sharing and how you're sharing it. Whether it be some of the finances, whether it is some of the planning that you're doing. There's some outliers here, and I'm sure it's good work that's being done, but just didn't match up with some of the different areas. Ensuring non-motorized, motorized and alternative are integrated. Now here too. I wasn't so hard bad rank work. I wasn't sure where that went. Joint growth management plan. Initially, that was some good work. It seems like that there was a little side note that said it eventually didn't work, but initially it must have had some good things going. ERP, water, sewer, and street, a lot of work being done there. Energy savings, solar project, improved capacity in drinking water, the aquifer work, storm water. And then we have one here for mental health and community engagement with the police department. And then this all has to do with volunteers, whether the volunteer app, volunteer programming, and staff working with volunteers. So you see what we've got here. We've got some pretty good indicators of what has been done well, or at least what's being acknowledged tonight. There's another one about successes and how important it is to gauge that ongoing success and then to pivot if needed. Economic development, and then establish HRRC in 2025. And that's not language I'm familiar with.
Human rights and relations.
Okay. So as you were looking at these, as you wrote out your Post-it notes, what were you seeing? Just shared these with you, but you're the one that's done the work. You have. So as you look at this about what has gone well over the last few years, what's your gut reaction to this? Staff works really hard, so a lot of this wouldn't have happened without the staff support. What else?
Public support.
Okay, so it takes the public support and their buy-in as well as the staff to have those people that are showing up every day to get this work done.
Takes a lot of time to accomplish some of these goals.
Yeah, right. So some of these goals, were they multi-year?
Yeah.
Please go.
Is it okay if I pose a question?
Sure.
For counselors and staff, if you take one goal that you listed or what you listed up there, why do you think it's successful? And so if I was to go first, I would say the ERP implementation. It's been successful because we applied the right amount of staff to it and it had a finite and constructive goal in it. Right? Not the right amount, but the right amount and the right staff to it with a finite and constructive goal. Is there other goals that somebody would say has been successful?
Housing.
Yeah, it's the URA, the land trust.
Yeah.
I felt the same way. Economic development and housing really we've made a lot of progress, and the goals were more specific. So I felt like it was like really clearly nailed that.
Ongoing, but failing it.
And that really has been 3 solid years of progress from both council, staff, and community and private partnerships.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of, at least since I've been on council, that our goals have been accomplished, right? And if you just looking back at this, I think a lot of people don't like the word SMART goals, but I love them. And when we can apply those to these goals, I think we achieve them at a more efficient rate, with more communication and buy-in from our citizens. So
Did you say SMART goals?
SMART goals.
Smart.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Rhonda can tell you what the SMART stands for.
Smart, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time sensitive. So what did I've got house, ERP and housing, what were some of the others that you, go ahead.
Mental health, expanding, community programs to address mental health needs. So we have more police, the CIT training, and we have, anyway, lots of things.
The VOA involved.
Yeah, and we got appointment to the Alderman goal.
To execute the ambulance service transition
Was the ambulance service transition a goal?
last year.
Okay.
It was a well-written one.
Mine was kind of head. That's fine.
Purely selfish, the youth sports study.
Okay.
I noticed that.
And that one hasn't been completed?
It's not completed.
That's what I thought.
It's going right now.
Okay. But you guys tracking well?
Yep.
Okay. So youth sports,
Well, community sports.
Community
study,
sports.
Yeah.
I would also say, even though the stormwater drainage fee is something that's not in full, that maybe we're in progress. But the plans around, we identified like the monetary amount in the areas of West Laramie that can benefit from that. So I feel like if I remember correctly, it's pretty well mapped out as to where it would start if we were supposed to, or if we were to move in that direction.
Master plan was completed.
Yeah, the master plan was completed there, so we have a really nice roadmap for the future. And I think sometimes that's, for me, I'm getting another plan. I just want to get going. But also and that's a great example of, how do you create bite-sized pieces to move forward. And a ton of good plans were done in this last year.
And that also has been a culmination of years or a huge amount of work between council and staff.
I think the ranches though is another good one.
Ranch and water rights.
Because we took the time to slow down and figure out what was going on out there and kind of better understand what we owned. And then now we can talk with there's a really good game right now, right? So.
Plus, didn't we purchase it 3 years ago?
Yeah.
The hard path.
Heart,
Yeah, but the monolith.
monolith's been there, but we added on the heart. And then we explored what's out there.
Right.
And we ensured water rights for generations.
But we also need city springs.
City Springs.
All the water rights in.
That was huge.
I also think that the compensation study for staff,
That was huge.
that's a big.
10 years, yeah. The north tank completion. North tank.
Yeah.
That was 10 years.
Well, and that's also just part of housing ready infrastructure.
Yeah.
Building.
Yeah.
Transportation. We reinstituted the transportation authority with the county. That made us eligible for the grant. That made us able to hire a grant project manager to initiate a study. And then we just received the master plan on the transportation.
So, and the ripple effect, is that right? But you just mentioned several great outcomes from the work that was done there.
Exactly.
I'd also say that seeking of outside funds. I think our staff has been incredible about finding money to do.
That's a thought. It's good you put that at the top because this group is really good at that.
Yeah. And essential.
Yeah, every director is good at that.
And so just looking at this, so going from there, looking at this is exactly what where I wanted us to go tonight, because we're going to look in a moment about what didn't go well, so we don't make those same mistakes or at least missteps going forward. But you see here, and just me listening to your conversation, because I wasn't there for any of this, but some of these were multi-year. Some of these were collaboration. That ripple effect that I just mentioned. And so looking at not only what is the initial goal or outcome, that the goal you're saying, the outcome that you're looking for, but what might be some of those additional benefits of the work that you're doing, that you can go back to your community or even to your funders and say, hey, we were able to do this and look at what a difference it made and how can we tell our story better. So looking at those initiatives that are going to have that kind of return on the time and effort that you put into it.
We didn't even address sustainability stuff.
No, and we have made a lot of accomplishment, our staff, for recycling goals and
sustainability,
reducing energy consumption. Very good.
So I know you had some key areas that you were looking at.
Yeah, the point of this exercise for me wasn't so much about identifying the goals that worked, but understanding why those goals were successful, what made them successful, right? Were they SMART goals? Did they follow? Right. And so when you think about it, just were we successful on the goals? We might have been successful on them, but it might have been way more difficult, way more work than it should have ever been, right? But for me, when I look at these, you know, they're measurable, they're attainable. So.
Go ahead. We need some vocabulary clarification, because what we call goals are things like infrastructure planning and investment. Well, we're never going to be finished that. It's the milestones that we, I think, are talking about.
And those are really the goals, you know, it's like.
Oh, okay.
But
so
we do call that
we
other.
gotta have some term and consistency.
The headings, the groupings have been referred to as goals, like engagement and communication, and the rest has been referred to as milestones.
Yeah, and what's
rather, but they're written as specific goals within, you know, a major area.
right. And so tomorrow, when we're thinking about what we revisited tonight and what we're going to do tomorrow, so you'll have maybe things more refined tomorrow afternoon, is objectives and key results. And so really those key results are what's going to really be, how do we know that we've accomplished this? Because some of them are pretty aspirational goals, right? Sure, improve infrastructure. I mean, yes, that's what we want, but what does that really look like? And how do we make that happen? Because we may define that differently, we may see it differently, but then what do we have control over and what do we not? And so really being specific about what that looks like, and we'll drill into that tomorrow. And so you're right, that's what we're really wanting to check the box on. Did we accomplish that, which feeds up to that larger, more of an umbrella objective or goal as you have it here. So the milestones where the work happens, it really is. And you can have to see them now as what you've actually accomplished. We're now on the front side of 2026 goal, plans. And so we want to see what we can do. And that's what we're going to really focus on. It's a version of SMART goals, but it's really looking at being so specific, or as specific as we can without boxing ourselves in, because we know things change, right? And we know a lot of it relies on other partnerships or additional funding that has to be matched. So we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where all of it is out of our control. But what can we control that will help push that needle in the right direction? Those are good. So since Todd went ahead and kind of introduced this concept, I'm going to continue going there with the ones that you have here on the wall. So what helped or hindered in the work that was done on these? Just looking at some of these successes that you had. So if we look at, you said funding, a lot of that has come from staff efforts to try to identify where funding can come from and going after it. Okay. What about ERP? Make sure everyone understands what that is, including me.
That was our big software tear down and rebuild.
Okay.
And really the council was awesome. It was really only an impediment, like it was just about staff effort.
Okay.
And so just a big one.
And so launching it, implementing it while you continue to do all your other work and not have gaps.
Right. Like, so, yeah. And then it's also like a five-phase project, 4-phase project. And so I think sustaining the momentum over that long of a time period with the same people again and again, it gets really challenging. And so we had a really strong implementation and a good intergov implementation, just going live with payroll, but it's just the sustained effort. And it's mostly on the back end. But I think people have enjoyed having it as a council goal because it has been so much effort and it at least makes that effort public. Yeah.
And something that we don't always recognize is that everything can't be a priority. And sometimes when you've got this many people doing the work and sometimes reporting to the council and a manager and et cetera, if we get too many things on our plate at the same time and we need it all done now, well, it just can't. We only have so much capacity. And so if staff were not able to commit to that project in that amount of time to get it done the way it was done, then that could have turned out differently. Right? Go ahead.
Councilor Doherty, you have a question? Regarding that, the ERP, what I thought was really instrumental was the recognition that it is going to take a lot of time. You just don't throw some, but also bringing in outside help for the training and also, allowing more staff time for, to do the other, I don't know, you filled in more staff temporarily.
But when you systems like that, dedicating time to the training and making sure people are able to use it, or at least teach others to use it, it's extremely important.
To build on that as well, though, I think staff did a very good job of explaining to us and communicating to council why we need to fund it at why we needed to fund that at a higher level. And so I think having that communication, having that information up front, and giving us all of the the real reason, the cost benefit kind of analysis of bringing someone on was really important to us to have to make that decision to move forward to support that extra funding. And so I think that's great. That was great from my perspective.
So providing that justification to help guide the council on the decisions that you're making. Any other insights about the ERP that helped or hindered? Sounds like it went very well.
Still going.
Still going? Good. Because those are big investments, we know that. What about housing? I know that's something that every community I'm familiar with is struggling with right now, especially here in Wyoming. So what kind of successes have you had with housing and how were those either helped or hindered?
Councilor Newman.
Delegates me. I think for this one, the community partners, right? Because there were so many groups working on this, and once I'll use the mayors were the coalition that came together. But noticing that this group was working on a little bit in this group and focusing everybody into that, I think was a big win for that one.
And that started, about 2.5, almost 3 years ago. So it was an effort began to emerge after COVID. And as Councilor Newman said, there were at least a dozen groups working all over the place. And we pulled together everything into one meeting, a coalition, and our representative Trey Sherwood helped us, Rebecca Miller helped us. And that coalition met monthly for 18 months. And at one point had over 75 people participating, leaders in the community. So it was a huge thing.
So a real community need for sure that people recognized and were willing to step in and get involved with.
Everybody who had a role in housing was in the huge. Councilor O'Doherty.
You should also remember that staff set the ball rolling before that, probably, at least since I've been on council since 2018, being professional staff and planners and knowing that some of the impediments to housing are this, and then they raised it with council, and I'm like, we didn't ask for this. Why do I have to make all these decisions that people hate me for? But then we see that when we go to National League of Cities, that these were the things like not requiring garages, not requiring so much parking and all, that help expand housing. So it was having a professional staff that knew the field instead of just a bunch of yahoos that are on city council, no offense. It's not our area of expertise necessarily, but we have aspirations. But having a professional staff that could understand, what are best practices.
Right, and when it was first presented to us, it seemed like, you gotta be kidding. Where do you think you're living? But it turns out, as we became more educated and going to national conferences, et cetera, it is the current state of the art that we were being taught and provided information about. And it has now begun to transform how we're looking at it. Now we're ready to even go further. We're challenging ourselves to even go further. And then just one last thing, out of the Housing Coalition came the Albany County Housing and Land Trust.
I saw that up here.
And now that's moving, and that received grant funding. And now we're moving into something that's going to be our first project. We're working on a number of things. As Todd said, we're not putting all our eggs in one basket. We've got a lot of possibilities, but it started 3 years ago, multiple years ago. It started with a housing study and has rippled, as you say, forward and gained momentum and definition and potential. It's really becoming concrete.
Very good. Heard you mention the staff and professional, but proactive as well.
Mm-hmm.
And being willing to admit that we don't know everything, right? And encouraging staff and other subject matter experts to bring that forward so that you can be better informed. Because where would you be if that had not happened? You might still gather that information, but at a conference here or, a webinar there, conversation, and you probably would be where you are. And so how can we kind of encourage more of that when it's appropriate, so that you can be ahead of the curve in this housing thing? We're not, but I think as far as communities go, you probably are ahead of a lot of communities. Go ahead.
Let's be honest, we couldn't do any of this without our staff, though.
But allowing them to be proactive, I think, really needs to be mentioned, because some councils, boards, management doesn't allow that space. So I agree very wholeheartedly. Anything else on housing? So I want to get a few more of these, and then I want us to look at this from a different direction.
The only other thing I would add to that is community feedback. So the community saying that that's a need that then drives us to look for solutions as well, even though sometimes there's a friction with that.
But necessary. What about mental health expansion? What has made that work?
It started after the George Floyd protests. And after all of that happened and the mayor at the time had to guide and steer us through that, we got proactive about it and had a work group that looked at community police relations. Out of that work group, we developed the police advisory board. Out of that, crisis intervention training increased to where at times over 80% of our officers are CIT certified. And then that led to us approving a case manager that would work with law enforcement toward crisis 24/7 crisis intervention, partnership with VOA, partnership with the County Mental Health Advisory Board, all of that. And it started with adversity. And as Councilor Shumway said, we took that and turned it into something positive that changed mental health in our community. Yes, Councilor Shumway. Yes, you may.
Let me say this, we stumbled as we started. I remember as mayor, I asked for a moment of silence for Floyd George.
George Floyd.
I know, that's what I said.
Oh.
And that's how we stumbled into it. And then gradually, we were able to not only listen, but also do what our mayor said we did to unite and to, really show sensitivity and we've made great progress. And again, I think our community has come together very well from that time.
You do too.
Well, it's a need that's not going away, and it definitely has about ripple effects, but probably not the kind that we want when those things aren't handled. And police, as well as educators, that's not the core part of their job, but it's become necessary. And how can we support them and give them the supports that they need and our communities need? So kudos.
And we currently have weekly protests at the courthouse, and they coordinate with the police department. And when the protest is larger, there's extra police protection, and it's a working relationship rather than us and them. It's working together.
That's amazing. Do you have something to add?
Yeah, when I think about the success around that, it's actually triggers where I believe the success is everywhere. It's the buy-in and professional leadership from the director in each one of those realms that's had that success. So ERP, Jen Wade, mental health expansion, Brian Brown, youth sports, Mike Bork, storm mastermind, Brooks Webb, Rancho Water Rights is that staff and was Janine at the time. Staff compensation, Patty Russell. North tank completion, Brooks Webb, transportation piece was the city manager's office, but they all had the right leadership and buy-in and understanding around the goals to attain what was expected.
So that torchbearer, the person that's leading that charge and getting the work done.
And I think what I would add to that, because I was reflecting on that, Todd, and I also reflected on, we also have a good relationship with our council. So like with ERP, like Councilmember O'Doherty said, we knew if we needed something that we could go and the council would understand, because there was that trust there, because that communication was in place. And so I think it's that other piece too that has really helped me.
Very good. And then supporting all of these efforts is a robust IT system. And we get a lot of support there to keep that going.
Yes, indeed.
So I'm going to mention one thing on the mental health expansion. Not only did we do that for our citizens, but we did that for our employees as well by our EAP program and by increasing the number of visits that they could have and trying to find more resources for them to get the help they need to be able to sustain and help others
Very good.
in the community.
Very good. Glad you mentioned that.
Councilman Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor. Hearing all this too makes me think, the one thing that, to stack on top of all this is the way that city staff presents to council so we can communicate to the public. And I think these successes and goals that we're talking, or these successes within our goals, they all also tie into education and communication to the public throughout these timelines and all the open houses that have gone into all those different things and all the public forums, the feedback, the presentations, from the planning department about housing, where we are, for these studies, here's where we need to be, and constantly making it a priority to our citizens. And that seems to be when citizens feel like they're understanding all this, or Jim Wade's presentations about the ERP and the financial portals and allowing people to understand the transparency behind it. Man, the buy-in seems to be instant, or people understand, hopefully, the amount of time, money, effort, energy, and the benefit of the community when we tell that story really well. I think that's been in my 1 year on council, it seems to be a fantastic tool that the city is using and continue to do, is to tie all those wins and the strengths that we have in our community and tell that story. Because when they feel like they know what's going on and it's being done to a budget that they've heard, man, it seems to be great.
Yeah, so that the solid and communication that is happening probably at many different levels, and it's hitting a lot of people, and they're receiving it from different media for sure, and that you're becoming better storytellers, because that does move people and their actions. Very good. So I'm not going to take the time to go through each of these, or is there anything else there that you would add about why you've had some those successes in addition to what's not already been said? So we had, go ahead.
The thing I always tell the public is when they, some of them think that the staff is leading us around by the nose. So we're setting goals and the staff tries to meet those goals, even if it may not be their personal view. Like, I think this is a waste of money, but they might tell us if they think it's really messed up, but they take the goals and run with it. And it's a really beautiful thing when you have kind of a nebulous goal and then staff comes in and says, this pertains to this goal and this is how we are doing things. And I think that's very good. And Rainy posted that study. Okay, I won't freak you out, make you do more post-it notes tonight. We'll maybe look at a little print, but let's talk for a few minutes about what didn't work. So when you look back over some of the, maybe the missteps, things that you had, what you thought was a good plan, but it crashed and burned. Sometimes it's just some little hiccups. What has not worked that we need to be mindful of as we go forward?
Well, when I read that, what didn't work, it seems so final. And we've got things that were challenges, such as the implementation of our stormwater fund. We'd worked on that a very long time, and then we got tremendous kickback from the community, which is what a number of people have referred to tonight, that stormy kind of interaction with the public that we had that lasted about 6 weeks is really difficult. And it made us go back to the planning board, our planning of it, and to try and make some revisions and to learn what was it about, that resistance. And what we think we did was we thought too big. And even though we still need to do that, we needed to move more incrementally for the public to digest and buy into it. So I wouldn't call, O'Doherty, and then Councilor Newman.
And Jen and I were discussing over lunch is that if we had known how long it was going to take to calculate impervious surfaces, Because by the time we got those numbers, it was really close to when we were supposed to implement. If staff had known, oh, you know, we can't get this done in time, if they could tell us, like, we're not gonna get this done in time for you to digest this information before it's implemented. We should have put a hold on it back then when we found out all those lines were wrong from, you know, like from the county maps, that the mapping was gonna all have to be redone, and just what an arduous task that was. Staff needs to know that, hey, could you put the brakes on some, because, you know, this can't happen as fast as you think.
So I'll leave it there. I also think what didn't work when it came to the stormwater was it was right at a big council transition too, right? So many new council members were coming on. And maybe they didn't have enough of the talking points to kind of help with that scenario. So they were, you know, leaning on counselor, you know, older counselors, and then staff, and the staff was trying to get caught up because they were kind of behind, right? So I think just implementing a big plan like towards the end of a council turnover kind of like put a big challenge on that as well.
Yeah, especially we replaced almost half council.
Right. And the new council came on and you guys had fantastic ideas to add to it.
Okay. Councilor Shulman, that really gets your attention.
One thing, whether we want to admit it or not, we failed in protecting our community water rights when the university was able to usurp some of the rights that we felt were ours, that they were able to take away from us.
That's a good one. Vice Mayor.
I would love on the what didn't work ones to hear from staff as well, because I think we see what we see on our side. And I think this is a good opportunity to open up what you thought as well, so we can think about this more collaboratively when we're thinking about how to address things that didn't work in the future, if others are okay with that.
Which staff members started?
I'll speak, I'll basically say what I said to Councilmember, sorry. I'll say what I said to Councilmember O'Doherty. I think we have a lot of overachievers here. And so like with something like Storm, like I think staff are really incentivized, and like versus team, like people, they were sprinting like 6 months. Right. And I see a lot of people like sprinting here furiously to get stuff done, and done at a really high quality. And we're just the kind of people who are going to do that. And so as we're giving counsel on goal setting, I think that's one of the wise things that Todd has done this year, is to say counsel and really work through and think about, you know, we don't like not want to shoot for the stars, but we want to make sure that what we're shooting for is going to be well done, keep the public trust, and not burn people out. And so there is a way in which we can be in balance, but sometimes we get it right. Sometimes we nail it, right? And you just don't always know.
I'm gonna add on to that in more general terms, aspirational, but realistic, you know, achievable. Not something that's amorphous, I guess. Some of the goals, especially that I was looking at in 23 and 24, were kind of less leaning towards the smart side and more towards, well, it would be great if we did, you know, this, but not really with any kind of, I don't know, not achievable goals, but just, again, more realistic, knowing that we're all, what'd you say, sprinting, Jen?
Yeah, like we're trying hard.
Yeah. You want me to say something?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, on the stormwater thing, I think you guys nailed it. When we were going through that and trying to get implemented, my goal was that date in ordinance, right? July 1, we're gonna make this happen. And being that goal driven and that sprinting to get it done, I tormented over, do we slow down here and do we go back? And nope, we have a goal, July 1, that's what we're going for, right? I think I learned a lot from that. I think we would probably step back a little bit and came to council and ask for some more time. Just to be totally honest, but we are so driven toward that goal sometimes that we want to get it done, and we did. We hit that July 1 date, right? But it didn't leave us the time to really analyze that data in the end and get that information to you folks and to the public maybe the way we should.
Oh, keep missing it all the way down there. Vice Mayor.
Excuse me, thank you. Kind of on the opposite of that, I'm just looking at randomly picking out this goal that was collaborate with the Albany County Transportation Authority, UW, and Epson Center to expand public transit services upon completion of the plan, which, I mean, I think that also became perhaps too detailed because we had no idea if UW or Epson Center would even be interested in this, right? So where are the places where we can step back and say, before we make this our goal, have we talked to UW or Epson first? And taking the time to maybe question our goals a little bit more as we go along the path.
I just want to add, I think that I really like that. We have some goals in here where we call out specific projects, right? And the one I look at that just is driving me crazy is the Northside Sanitary Sewer Project. Right now, what's happening there is almost out of our control. We're working with landowners to get easements and they're not moving for us, right? We're ready to go. We might have design ready, we might have things ready, but we're looking at this and from a staff standpoint, we're like, man, this is a goal this year. We need to get going. But some of that's out of more control a bit sometimes when we get into these specific things.
And I think occasionally we haven't spoken up when we see a goal that, like the West Laramie goal for paving last year, pave it all by 2035 with a financial plan. The idea of having a financial plan and a vision for what that might look like is a great goal. Doing it all by 2035 with the level of resources we have, I'm not sure when the public sees a goal like that, it does very much to facilitate trust. And so we have to be really careful sometimes, I think, about the narrative that the goals tell and making sure that if they come out of these goal sessions, that we actually think that they are indeed achievable.
Councilman
If I can follow up with Jen, for me, the goals and Brooks, the goals that call out other partners that are in our control, and then the goals that get specific about a certain amount of stuff getting online. And that's the one thing that I'm actually happy to hear Jen say that, because my whole reasoning for tomorrow is about staff counseling counselors on goals, right? And creating that interaction and that governance, that ability to really think about what does that goal state and what does it mean to us as I think through. So those are the hard ones, and then there's others that are somewhat nebulous that are just hard to completely understand. And we need to have, for all the staff tomorrow, we need to have the ability to say, I was able to get dressed this morning and drive here, but I can't understand that goal, counselor. right?
See.
Right, yeah, I get to do it right, did I? I would just put out there for the council that like the rental housing initiatives and stuff, those, although they may be really good, part of why those have maybe been difficult to achieve too is the staffing levels, you know, and the ability to achieve ERP along with all of the challenges that come with meetings that have heavy loads and stuff, and navigating all the different things that just come in day-to-day work. Without having a dedicated staff member to that program and helping develop it, it does create kind of a challenge for us to actually help move that forward. So that's the only thing I wanted to offer there.
Appropriately resourced.
Jude,
We really want to hear what you have
that's
to
what
say.
okay. I wish that we could have someone at the state, not someone, but a group at the state have the courage that our city manager had to say, take the lid off. I feel like that we, you know, the municipalities in Wyoming have been living. We believe our parent is, well, they have 30 billion plus. We believe our parents are very, very wealthy, but for some reason we have to live in a very poor housing. You know, to give you an example, we're living in trailers when we ought to be living in a nice home. And the state does not have the courage to say, we have $30+ billion that we could share and not blink an eye and continue to grow that and make all of our communities whole. They're not willing to do it. And I wish that they would, then we wouldn't be having this discussion on how do we pay West Laramie in 30 or 35. How do we complete a stormwater fund without impoverishing the city? There's so many things that we can do with just a little bit of assistance from our wealthy parents that live in Cheyenne.
You're the same conversations and thoughts that we'll be having. Any final thoughts on this? We wrap up. Please.
I wrote down what council member Freed said about telling the story because I think it's so important. And when I read back through the past 3 years of goals, I did not think that they in general captured the passion or the enthusiasm. Like if a member of the public were reading them, I'm not sure that they would view the council as an accessible body based on some of the language that was chosen. And it's not that the passion wasn't here. I was in the room, it was here. But I think we need to be mindful about how that ends up on paper and how we talk about it, because there is an awful lot of storytelling in how we live our day-to-day lives, and it does really matter.
That's it for me. Jen's the best storyteller.
Did you say Jim or?
Jen, she makes budget sound like a bedtime story. And then, so.
Okay, so we've looked at what's working. Had some great conversation. Thank you, because that's where this matters. And then also what challenges we had, and then what we could probably improve on here. So maybe this is our opportunities, right? And I truly think it is. These are opportunities, things that when these decisions were made, it was the right thing to do. At least it felt right at the time. And, you know, you have people throw the human component, and that is a whole other thing, right? Because some people are just better at telling stories than others. But I just want to reiterate what we have here, and I can clean this up, but certainly there were some aspects of the stormwater implementation that happened, and I heard a little bit about that at the dinner. Sometimes we take on too much and it's too big, and we think we can do all this, but we forget about everything else we're expected to do, and sometimes it's just not feasible. And how can we anticipate that better, or at least pivot sooner if we need to step back? And some of that came up down here. That takes longer than planned. Council turnover during a big initiative and recognizing that it might happen, but if we could plan differently, or if we need to make sure that we're doing some things to make sure people are up to speed with how to speak to certain topics or to be educated around them. Unable to protect community water rights was something that was a frustration. Aspirational needs to be achieved. The aspirational needs, they need to be goals that need to be achievable. So sometimes we think too big, and that's kind of redundant, but knowing when to slow down or push out a goal or a timeline. So we heard that from Brooks. No time to analyze when we are so busy doing the work that we don't have time to think about what worked or what we need, our next steps need to be. And when we have partners that have not been confirmed in our plans, we've not had those conversations with them, but we're expecting them to do the work with us. Narratives that are unattainable and impact the public trust. So when we do make these plans and people think we're going to deliver and we for some reason can't, then what does that say to the public? And are they going to trust us going forward? Unclear, vague goals. We need to be specific, but not so much that we're locking ourselves in a room with some people that aren't wanting to do the work that we're wanting to do. Multiple priorities that impact on staff availability, productivity, et cetera. And then, because usually, and I understand this, you don't have designated staff for a lot of these projects. It's an add-on. And people that are willing to do it, but how well and for how long can they do that? And then inadequate messaging or not having the story to tell. And so sometimes doing great work, but how is it being communicated and received? That's what I took away from this last conversation. You feel prepared to come back tomorrow and start thinking about goals that hopefully you've already been working on, or the objectives that you'd like to tackle. And we're going to do some work around that in the morning and tomorrow afternoon both. But I think you've got a lot to build upon. You're doing a lot of things that are working really well. So how can you hone in on those this year, which I think was Todd's goal when he set out to do this. It's just being a little more deliberate. And I know a lot of the work is done every year on this and how they likely to get the best outcomes. A lot of it takes these kind of conversations. Any final words?
What's a return time tomorrow night? It's 9?
9. 8:30 if you want to have muffins and fun. Before we start.
8:15. Okay, very much. That's true.
You want mocha?
Can we leave our stuff here? Should we leave it?
I can change it.
The building will be locked.
Okay, great, perfect.
Yeah, we'll say city manager, so we gotta roll up our sleeves, and I showed up.
Hey!
Nancy, I saw Nancy too. I was just.
Hold up your sleeves, and it's like 2 degrees outside.
To make up for that, I'm coming sleepless tomorrow.
Feels like new goal. Never wear sleeves.
Patty, how does that do with HR?
You know,
Take that.
no sleeves is fine. You probably should put it in his contract though.
Okay, so what time tomorrow?
8:39.
8:30 for breakfast,
9
8:30
a.m.
for breakfast, 9 o'clock start time.
meeting.
Thank you, Charlie.
Breakfast meeting.
We can leave everything right here.
You absolutely can.
My research going.
That's right, I just put up my cookie.
I saw you hide the research.